Franklin County Commission is now in session for this regular meeting Wednesday, July 2nd. It's good to see you all here this morning. We have a pretty lengthy agenda, so we're going to get started this morning. Commissioner Ward, could you lead us in the prayer and pledge, please? Would everyone please stand?
Lord, we come to you today as we conduct our county business. We pray for the people in our community that just need your healing touch, Lord. We pray for everyone in the room. We pray for these young ladies who have represented Franklin County well and will be traveling to Louisiana for the championship. So we pray for their safe travels, Lord. In your holy name we pray. Amen. Amen. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Mr. Morone, is there any amendments to this agenda?
Yes, it is, Commissioner. Good morning, Commissioners. Mr. Chairman, so we're moving Danny Gay to the next meeting. The clerk had a very important appointment this morning that with her mother and a doctor's appointment that she could not be here, so I would prefer that she's here when we do that presentation to Danny. There's a couple of late ads. There's a late ad for Courtney Bankston for some ship things that came in on Monday. So that we'll probably need to ask for public comment on some changes to the LHAP, I believe, language for down payment assistance. In addition to that, Commissioners, also Bill Williams, he moved from just an update. He also sent some action items yesterday that he would like the board to approve when he makes his presentation on Team Franklin a little later on. And Commissioners know that the fans and the doors are open because the AC unit in this room is not working, so might get a little toasty as we get closer to 12.
All right. Is that it, sir?
That is it, Commissioner, as far as I know.
Nothing from you, Attorney Schuler, to amend or to add?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything to be added to the agenda? Okay. All right, so I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the agenda as it's been amended and as it's been published.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Croom, second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion, Commissioners? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Up next, we're paying the county's bills.
So move.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward. It has been seconded by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That is unanimous. All right, now it is time for recognitions this morning for our Dixie Youth 12U softball team. Coaches, please come forward. We're gonna put you on the spot. Y'all got to talk about what's going on and give us an update.
I am the head coach for the 12U Dixie Girls softball team. I'm Morgan Thompson. This is our assistant coach, Jason Thompson, and our assistant coach, Bruce Taylor. These girls here are something here. So they have went undefeated at districts, done very well. We went to state in Bellevue, Florida, and we won our first game. We actually lost our second game. But one thing about these girls is they never gave up. They showed true Franklin County grit and was resilient. They kept pushing, never stopped, and we wound up winning the state title and had to beat a team twice to get there, and we done that. And now we're getting ready to go to the World Series in Ruston, Louisiana. It's about a 10-hour drive for us. So we just want to thank you for your generous donation for us to go to state. And all the girls here are super excited to go there and not only try to win the World Series title, but to represent Franklin County and the state of Florida as well. So we just want to say thank you for everything you do for our girls.
If you would bring them up here so we can take some pictures, but I want to ask you a question first. I want to make sure I got it right, and if it's wrong, please tell me. So the team they had to beat twice to win it was the team that put them in the losers bracket to begin with, wasn't it?
That's correct.
That's what I thought.
It's impressive.
That's what you call grit.
That's
That
right.
is grit,
Don't give
no
up.
doubt.
Yeah, never give up.
So,
Come on.
Mr. Chairman, as they walk up for you guys to take a picture, Mr. John Solomon has some of the coins
Okay.
that he would like to present to them also.
Okay.
We will stand back here. We will
Yeah,
stand-
I don't know.
And you guys can stand behind. You can stand behind. It's a lot easier. Great.
You just want to stand behind me?
Yep.
It don't matter. You can just stand out there. Come on.
John, you could stand and explain what you handed out while we take pictures. Good? Everybody ready? Pictures? 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Everybody good?
I'm good.
Picture takers? You good? All right.
Well, and the coins that I give y'all, these are the challenge coins from the county commission, and they want you to know that how much they appreciate you and have something you can keep the rest of your life to know that you're appreciated in Franklin County for the great job that y'all have done.
Mr. Chairman, as they're walking back, I just want to say I'm very proud of you girls. True grit, that's exactly what it is. I remember Morgan, when your coach, when she was in high school playing softball. So y'all got a great team leading you guys, and good luck in Louisiana. And win or lose, we still love you, and we're very, very proud of you guys to get this far. So go get them.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
also congratulations to you all ladies. Wish you good luck. You already got us a trophy, so if something, worst case scenario, we already got a trophy, but remember to play hard, do your best, and most of all, have fun.
Mr. Chair, congratulations, first of all. And I echo everything that my fellow commissioners say. I've coached in the past when my boys were a little smaller and still dabble in it now. But I will give y'all one piece of advice, and I know your coaches are going to tell y'all this. Stay out of those swimming pools until the game's over. Get some rest, and y'all do the best you can. We're proud of you.
I'm so proud of y'all, and y'all are going to represent Franklin County in the state of Florida well. When you go to Louisiana, be ready to get hot, because it is hot over there. Ask Miss Morgan. She knows, she played over there. But you know what? It's not about whether you win or lose, and it's not how you play the game. It's how this makes you grow into a better person. And you're going to be an even better ball player when you come back from Louisiana. And if this is what you want, we support you 100%, but we're so proud of you. So proud of you. And we're going to have a ticker tape parade when you get back. Just for y'all. Okay? Take care.
Ladies, I'm sure your coaches have told you, if you will play like you practice, everything will take care of itself.
That's right.
Because I know who you have coaching you, y'all not slouching in practice. Okay? So just play like you practice. Let the winning and losing take care of itself. But just don't ever give up. Always give your best. And your best is good enough. Your best is good enough. We're proud of you guys. Next, we'll move on to public comments.
Yep.
Correct?
Yep, if we want to. I think
Mr.
that's
Chairman, I
next.
got a question though, real quick.
Yes. All right, go ahead.
The check, do we need to
Oh.
approve that, or do we get,
Thank
when do
God
they
for you
get
guys.
it?
If we would, could we get Fonda to come up now and do from his report where they're giving officially, getting the check is getting,
I just didn't
cut
want to get
today,
further
so,
down, and then them girls have to stay here.
it should be in the check run actually you have in front of you that you
Okay.
approved earlier, but yes.
Okay, yeah.
But go ahead anyway, just kind of ceremoniously, you know how you do.
I mean, if I need to read a part of my agenda, first subject here is Franklin County Dixie Youth World Series. For board information, we're proud of all the hard work that the girls have did, like you heard already. Again, congratulations from Franklin County Parks and Recreation. We're gonna do all we can to help you on behalf of the board. As it says, it's that the 12U would advance the World Series in Houston, Louisiana on July 25th. And the county policy that I'm requesting that we get them $5,000 to help out. And again, that is county policy. I just want to let you all know.
Okay.
All right?
All right, so is that something that was added in with today's bill run?
Yeah.
Or do we have to, okay, it's already been added in?
Yeah, you've been approved on the bill list,
Okay,
but
cool.
if you guys wanted to, and Commissioner, I would encourage the board to encourage the public to donate because it's an expensive trip, so,
It is.
yeah.
It's a very expensive trip. So the one time when, and it was basketball, it wasn't even this, the one time we took a trip like this to Nationals with the basketball program years ago, when Sweat was still there, it cost us almost $10,000 to do that trip.
Yeah,
and it was less kids.
yeah.
Way back- And it was way back then.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So hopefully the public will step in and donate, and I'm sure they can get in contact with the coaches to find out how they can donate to this trip. And I'm sorry, when are they leaving, Fonda, you know?
I have to be there on the 25th, is that correct? Yes.
July,
So
yeah.
when will you leave?
Pretty quick.
Leave the 24th.
The 24th, so the quicker we can get those donations in, the better, Commissioners.
And Mr. Chairman, Fonda, the check that you gonna arrange that with Coach Thompson and to give them the check?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
actually, you
Yes.
could probably go across the street and get it,
Okay.
if you'd like.
Good. Thank you.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Chairman.
No problem.
You want to give the ladies a second to get out?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's take a recess.
We'll give you guys a chance to leave.
All right, we're back in the meeting. Before we go any further, Commissioner Sanders is asked to be able to have a moment to address the public and the board. Go ahead, Commissioner.
This is kind of hard to talk about, but I'm going to talk about it because I think it needs to be talked about and show you how strong we in Franklin County are. On the 8th of June, I had some medical issues that went on to the 11th of June. And the 11th of June, I came over to the little hospital over here. I couldn't breathe, couldn't walk, and had a pain in my left backside, in my flank area. Dr. Conrad was my doctor. Everybody needs to hear this story. Dr. Conrad was my doctor over here, and he immediately started taking action. And I said, Dr. Conrad, I don't know what's wrong. He said, I don't know what's wrong, Miss Sure, but we're going to find out. Okay? So he did my blood numbers and come back. He said, we're shipping you out. I said, shipping me out? He said, yes. I said, where? To Tallahassee. I said, I can drive myself. He says, no, you need to go in the back of an ambulance. You're that bad. You're that bad. Okay? So they shipped me out, and TMH took me in, and I'm going to just skip around a whole bunch of parts. But let me just tell you this. I came a half a step from entering the gates of heaven. I'm okay. I'm okay. But I need to tell this story because there's been some stuff, some talk going around this county that I'm not proud of. And this is it. I was up there in TMH from the 11th to the 16th fighting for my life. The doctors found out that I had a blood clot, 2 blood clots in my lungs. One was fairly big sized blood clot. They said it's big. And they said, you are so lucky that you didn't die. And I said, well, what caused my blood clot? So the doctors came in and they said, we think you had a blood clot from when you had your knee replacement a 1.5 years ago. And that blood clot lay dormant in my left lung. Now I had a brand new one in my right one from the stress. They ain't figured out if it's come from my heart or where it's come from. It don't matter. It's being healed. God touched me. He healed me. He healed me because I'm a strong person. And he knows that I love my Franklin County. And the last words I said out of my mouth going in the back of an ambulance, I said, will I ever see my Franklin County again? I didn't know whether I would or not. So I get to the hospital and they're keeping me up there. My brother is in contact with Michael Marone, right, Michael? Michael and the board makes the decision to respect me as senior commissioner on this board and to call off the PUD hearing, which in the grand scheme of things, when somebody's life is hanging on to the balance, don't mean a thing. But some people, when I got home, some people chose words that they need to look at again. Because this commissioner has been on this board for 24 years. I can count on less than 2 hands in 24 years how many meetings I have missed. So when you don't see me at a meeting, there's something serious going on. These Board of County Commissioners right here, my friends, my colleagues, my staff, my everything. This board is my world. You know why? Because I love the people so much in Franklin County that I'm willing to lay down my life for them. Okay? This is the way I feel. And God will keep me here in this seat until He gets ready to take me home. And I just had an experience and He ain't ready for me to go home yet. And let me tell you that. But what disappointment and sadness I had over somebody's comments of, well, I'm a Franklin County citizen. I deserve the right to know why y'all canceled a PUD. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. It's for this gal to tell y'all, not for these. It's for this gal to tell y'all. And I can tell you, Franklin County as we know, we don't treat people like that. We embrace people. You have one of the most engaging county commissions, and I've been on it, quite a few of them. You've got the most engaging county commission you've ever had. One of those in here now. Every one of them, and me included. It's like Commissioner Prooms likes to say, we're all in this together. Right, Commissioner Prooms? Right. We are all in this together. But I want to get those people, those naysayers, and wanting to find out what was the real reason. Well, it was backdoor politics. No, sir. No, sir, it was not. What it was, they showed respect for this old gal right here and the people I represent. And for that board, I appreciate that, and I can't believe I haven't cried. But I want you to know something. Whatever way we vote on whatever we vote, we all vote and we walk away. We walk away. Because we don't hold against Ricky if he votes against something in Lanark. They don't hold against me if I don't vote for something with the airport. Now, Mr. Steve holds against me, but that's okay. I'll overlook him. But the thing about it is, it saddens me that we have people in this county that need to, instead of saying bad things about this board or wondering if it was evil stuff going on, why couldn't you just pray for me? Why couldn't you just pray for me? That's what I needed. I needed prayer, and I had prayers. And I had my Almighty God with me every step of the way, and I will be until the day I leave this board and go out there to Evergreen Cemetery in Carabel, Florida. I will have my Lord and Savior with me. I cannot express what I learned over those few short hours of in the hospital, with the doctors, with the ambulance service. And that is why I'm even more stronger than ever. And Louie knows it, and everybody else knows it. James knows it. I'm for anything that we can get. 3 ambulances, 4 ambulances, 5 ambulances. That is never enough. Because as we were going, an ambulance was coming. You know what I'm saying? So to alleviate anybody's thinking that we did something evil or bad, I had to say this. And I was trying to do it with a good heart. But all I ask for you all to do is pray for me, pray for this board, because we are not beyond prayers. We need prayers too. And that's the way it is. And I just wanted to get the air clear. Those folks, not a one of them that said those things, I never did see him pick up my phone and call me. I never got no phone calls. But you know what? If I knew they were in distress, I'd be right there. I'd be right there. Mr. Chairman, thank you for doing that, and I just had to get that off my chest. God wanted me to say it, and I said it in a manner that I needed to. But instead of putting somebody down, let's pray for them. Let's pray for them. Let's bring us up together, because this is what Franklin County is all about. I could not make the meeting in Orlando because I was just out of the hospital, but I want to tell y'all, y'all represented Franklin County well, and I'm just so proud of y'all. I want to kiss every one of y'all, but I ain't gonna do it. But anyway, and I'm not mad with somebody or anybody. I'm just sad. Sad.
Amen.
Thank you,
So,
Mr. Chair.
not a problem, Commissioner. I knew you had some stuff you wanted to say, so it's not a problem. And I'll just wrap it up this way. From our standpoint, from being your chairman right now, that's where I'm serving at. Knowing that you were in a medical need, it's not up to me to tell your HIPAA stuff to the rest of the world.
That's right.
So that's why we did it the way we did it. It was unforeseen circumstances, and we didn't just cancel that PUD hearing, we canceled another couple of hearings at the next county commission meeting. We didn't do those either, because you weren't there. Everybody wasn't represented in the county. And that's just the right way to do things. You know, maybe one day, the residents of Franklin County will learn that the government closest to the people is the best and truest form of government.
Yeah.
Because it's of the people, by the people, and for the people. We're people too. We live here too.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that, your words too, and commissioners, all the other commissioners, because I'm going to tell you something. Until you've been where I've been, you know, I've had a husband that passed away and he went through a lot of things, but until you've been where I've been, and the whole thing on my mind was Franklin County.
Yep.
It wasn't whether I was going to die or not. It was whether Michael was going to tell y'all the right thing.
Yep.
And you know, about what was going on with me. And I wanted y'all to know, but I didn't want everybody to know, but I wanted y'all to know because you know why?
Yes.
I knew y'all were going to be praying for me.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's what we do when we look after each other. But thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Not a problem.
I'll probably be quiet the rest of the meeting.
All right.
I doubt.
No, you won't.
I doubt.
Yeah, that's not happening, but anyway.
That's why we're such a good
Yes.
board, it's because
You don't mind,
we
I
all
like
talk.
I just make an observation, you know, I just like y'all received the emails and text messages wanting to know why. And please, for the public, don't take this the wrong way, but I got to noticing the folks, you know, the folks that contacted. And those folks, and this board is homegrown. We've been here, some of us, for multiple generations. But everybody that was reaching out or had something to say about it wasn't technically homegrown. That most of them have been here less than 10 years, and it scares me to imagine, you know, if they're this paranoid about what this board's going to do, where do they come from? Good Lord. The politics, wherever they came from, must have been nasty. But I can assure you, that's not the case with this Board of County Commissioners. I know of every one of these commissioners, known them for years. The youngest one down here, you know, he's a little young. But no, I'm just saying, that was kind of stuck out to me. It's like, you know, to have that type of fear, what in the world did they experience where they came from? Because I've never seen that in Franklin County, you know. But anyway, I'm gonna leave it at that, and we'll get on to some business for the people.
I got something.
All right, go ahead.
I'm just gonna say this.
Yeah.
Old man dream dreams and young man cast vision.
That's right, that's right.
That's
right.
There you go.
Man dream dreams and a young man.
That's what the book says.
Boy, that was a strong one.
All
And
right.
Mr. Chairman, I'll chime in too.
Respect your elders, though.
Also, had we moved forward with the hearing, we would have disrespected our fellow commissioner.
Yep.
And it, as I think it was Commissioner Amison said, it wouldn't have been fair to the public that we represent to not have a full board to make a decision that's going to affect the county for many years to come.
Yep.
And so it's, you know, if we had them, it still would have been, oh, well, y'all should have waited till the full board was present. You know, so it's like a danged if you do, danged if you don't situation.
That's the
And
whole
every
point.
decision that we make as a board, we don't take lightly. It's very thought thoughtful. We go through a thought process. Michael's on the phone with all of us. We're trying to kind of play out all of our scenarios. And so just because we do something, it's not anything nefarious or malicious going on behind the scenes. I just want the public to know that. So, and we're glad you're feeling better. We're going to continue to pray for you.
And the doctor said I got a 100% prognosis.
Good, good.
That's good. That is good.
That may never happen again.
Good. All right, so let's move on to public comments. I only have one, Ms. Joel Impairment.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Joelle Impairment. I live on St. George Island, and I've lived there for decades. There's been no slowdown in the houses being built over there, covering every inch of the island. That's, progress. But has there been any progress on the fire hydrants?
So, Ms. Joe, the fire hydrants was actually, sorry, I'm not trying to interrupt you. The fire hydrants was actually turned over to the fire chief. He's been working with Miss Nita about
Miss
fire
Nita
hydrants.
said she hasn't talked with anybody.
She might have not talked about it in the last week or so, but 2 or 3 months ago when I was talking to him, she come and let myself and him look at their map system and see where the actual hydrants were so they could see where the vulnerabilities were. So I can follow through with him, but that's something I passed off to the fire chief because he's the one that needs to say where they need to be at.
And if I can show you, I tried to get printouts of this and I couldn't, because I believe the water company is the one that does the maintenance, correct?
I believe that's the way it's supposed to work, yes, ma'am.
I've got 3 pictures here of fire hydrant. Michael, can you show this to them?
Okay, is there a way you can email it to me, the pictures?
Probably.
Are they in disrepair, Miss Joe?
Oh, it's horrible how they
Yeah.
put them together. They might as well use a zip tie.
Wow.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
horrible. And some of the fire hydrants don't even work. I don't know who checks them. They
It's
used to get
it's
checked.
supposed to be the water company.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
And it used to be they did check them. They'd run them out, make sure they were.
Yep.
They don't do that anymore.
Well, they're supposed to.
I don't know why, but
Mr. Chairman, would you like me to have Nita call Ms. Perlman and
Well,
so
I think she needs to inform all of us, but yes.
and-
You know what I'm saying? Send us an email so we'll know about it, but
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, we have her contact information.
Yeah, and I'll
But
have-
they need to, we don't need to have hydrants in disrepair.
Yeah,
Not if they're known to be that way. You know what I mean?
okay.
right.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Go ahead. Sorry about that.
That's okay. The second thing I brought up, or wanted to bring up, I mean, we all know that the island's the cash cow for this county. And we are still waiting for something to be done with the boat ramp over there. It's a death trap. And if you go across the bridge, you can see sometimes on one side, it's like glass. The other side is rough.
Yep.
And that's the way it works. People have gone back under the bridge and dropped their kids off on the rocks because it was safer than letting them out at that ramp. And has there been any progress on that?
It is something that's being worked on. Yes, ma'am. We'll be talking about it later in the meeting. It is.
Because it's, been years in the making, and we have a very large budget. And if we could get that taken care of.
Well, the very,
For the residents
Yes,
and
ma'am.
the visitors.
I understand what you're saying, but the very large budget you're referring to, yes, our budget this year was 112 million. 16 of it was ad valorem taxes. All the rest of it were grant and special funds. So it's funds that's designated for projects like the project you're talking about.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's not that, we're not sitting on millions of dollars and not fixing the road. I just want to make sure you're aware of
It's
that.
not the road, it's the ramp.
It's the road and the ramp. Yes, ma'am, because the road.
Right,
So I was
yeah.
talking to Miss Erin, and I'm not trying to interrupt you, Miss Joe. I know it's public comment. But the road there,
It's fallen in a couple.
the way it's designed, there's a ribbon curve at the edge of the road that only goes about 1 foot deep. So when that water gets over those rocks and washes under that ribbon curve, there might as well not even be a ribbon, that ribbon piece there, because
Right.
it does absolutely no good.
Right.
So the whole road really needs to be redone.
It does. And
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
been like that for a long, and we've heard for a couple of years that
Yep.
it's in the works.
Mhm. Yep.
Just wondering
Mr. Chairman, Aaron wanted to say something. Yeah.
Okay.
This is a
Go ahead,
FEMA
Ms.
project, FEMA project,
Yeah.
not
It
the
is.
county.
It
you know.
is. I know.
So,
Yeah, Ms. Joe, on the breakwater project that we're actually doing for the ramp, we are still waiting on the Army Corps permits on that.
Okay.
So unfortunately, it does take about 2 years to get a permit through FDEP and then also the Army Corps. So we are, right now, we're just waiting. We've got our final response from the last, letter of information request that they sent us. So we've got the final one in. Hopefully, by December, we'll actually have a permit in hand. That's what we're hoping.
Okay.
Yep. And that one was funded by FWC, and then we also have, we were denied by FEMA for the repairs for the SGI Fishing Pier Access Road for the collapsed portion of the seawall, but the board has already made the determination that they are actually funding from the Fishing Pier Maintenance Fund the design task order to actually get that seawall repair permitted. And our hopes is that we'll go to the legislature next year and ask for another legislative line item funding request to actually make that project happen. But it does take quite a long while with design and permitting to get past that initial phase.
Okay. All right. Another item I wanted to bring up is does the road and bridge cleanup come up for bids, or is it automatic to the sheriff's department?
Right now, it's actually under the sheriff's department. I don't know, is there a time that's supposed to be redone, Attorney Shore?
Used to be September. I didn't know if you still took bids on that, because I understand he doesn't have the trustees to be able to do it like it needs to be done. And no, I don't want the job, but I know of a couple people that would put in bids and do it like once a week.
Right.
And in the summertime, it really needs to be done once a week. It's just horrible. And we have big events coming up like the 4th. There's a bucket on the bridge that's been there over 3 weeks. And I understand AJ is, he's a busy man, and he doesn't have the trustees that he can put out there.
Right.
So if we could have the option of other people putting in bids.
We'll find out that.
Yeah, I will talk to the sheriff about that, but no, in the past, the problem has always been in the past, finding someone that has the insurance that would allow DOT and the DOT coverage and certification to be able to clean up. That's a U.S. Highway 98. And even the one going to the island is considered a state road.
Right.
So they have to qualify under DOT. That's not as easy said as done. Let me put it to y'all.
The county pays the insurance for the inmates, correct?
They fall under the umbrella of the county because
Yes.
it's,
Yes. So it's harder for a private company to qualify to get it done for the money that we're going to be paying for that cleanup, because that money actually comes from
Two
through
sources.
FDOT and Benny, and it's like we're like a subcontractor,
sources,
a subcontractor, to be very honest with the board.
yes.
Well, I just believe they should have the option.
Yes, ma'am.
Possibly they.
We'll find out about that date. It's been a while, so it could be coming up again. We'll find out about that date, Mr.
Talk to the
Chairman.
sheriff about if he's able to continue doing it or not, so yes.
Okay, and one last thing, and everybody has mentioned it to me. Could we save some money by not having that 4th visitor center on 98?
Tell me the one in East Point?
We have 4 visitor centers in this county, and 3 of them I understand, Carabel, Appalachia Island. The one on 98, there's never anybody there, and we put like $35,000 a year in maintenance on that. It seems a waste.
Well, currently it actually serves as the boardroom where we meet.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's fine, but as a visitor center, and the maintenance $35,000, people don't pay that on their houses.
Yeah, well, that's, I don't think that's what we're paying in maintenance. I think that's the line item in the budget for maintenance. But that budget's for all of them.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
Yeah.
So I think possibly some money could be saved in that.
Yeah. And we have talked about trying to move it closer to where East Point actually is, because it is kind of away from everything.
Oh, yeah.
So we have talked about that as well, Ms. Jones.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm done.
Yep.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. All right, Mr. Howard Neighbors? No, Howard's not here.
Oh, wait, let me see if Virginia's online. Let me see. if
Yeah, I don't
Virginia's-
think there was any action items on his report, though.
Oh, that's probably why he's not here.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
there's not.
Yeah.
I do see that he's, it's looking a lot better with the number of inmates we've been getting.
Yes, that's fantastic.
But the only thing that I don't understand, and if I'm honest, so I'm looking at his, and I'm looking at Mr. Davis's, and his has days where there's no people, and Mr. Davis's has no days where there's no people.
Well, I'm going to open up with Virginia to talk.
So I don't understand how that's going on, but that's, that's outside looking in.
Hey, Virginia, could you comment on that, please?
You got me and Howard here.
Great.
Okay.
And you want to know why there might be days that we didn't receive inmates, but the Parks and Rec did?
Yes, ma'am. If there is an answer to it, there might not even be an answer. It might just be what they gave you is what you got. You know what I mean?
Let me look real quick. Hold on. Because it looks like the only day we didn't receive inmates for this month was Juneteenth, the 19th, which was a holiday.
What about the 6th, the 13th, and the 27th?
We're not working on Fridays.
Then how do we receive 12 on the 20th?
Because we worked that day for the cemetery. We had to come in to clean up that cemetery real good that day.
Okay, cool. Well, that's the only thing. It was just confusing looking at it. See what I'm saying? Because you had one Friday highlighted, not the other ones. That's all.
But now, Governor DeSantis extended the 4th of July holiday to the state employees, so they get tomorrow off. So we won't have any inmates tomorrow either.
Okay. All right. That's good. Yeah, it was just me being confused of what I'm looking at, Miss Virginia. It's all good.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else have any questions about Mr. Neighbor's report?
I just want to make one comment, Mr. Chairman. If you remember at the last meeting I was at, I brought up that I was going to get with the road department and the engineer about the problem out there at Kentucky Avenue out there at Lanark, and because I got instead, I think Howard and the engineer met, and they're trying to come up with something. So I know that on the 11th, all the commissioners are going to be out that way.
Yep.
And I would like for all y'all to go and look at that area. We'll show around so you can see what I'm talking about. But we got a little problem out there if we get a whole bunch of rain. I'm hoping we don't get a whole bunch of rain and everything will be okay though. But we'll see if we can get a solution to that problem out there.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Not a problem. Anyone else? Mr. Howard, Miss Virginia, thank y'all.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And thanks for everything you do on behalf of Franklin County and its residents.
Thank you, guys.
Mr. Davis, you did have some action items on your report, sir. You're next.
Rest of it just for your information. You want me to go through them all or just the action item?
Let's get through the action item first, and then we can do it as you want to. Doesn't matter.
All right. Yes, sir. The action item is concerning the amnesty days, and in order to prolong the operational lifespan of our landfill and maintain compliance with environmental and capacity regulation, I recommend that we revise amnesty schedule for monthly, quarterly, Saturdays only.
Okay. And that would be starting when, in September?
January.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair.
Where it say 25, 26 schedule, so.
Okay.
I went to the landfill and visited, and it is actually running out of space. So we got to do something. Aaron, do we have any updates on the whole transfer?
Actually, we've been going back and forth with the U.S. Treasury and the Restore program. We've been fielding a lot of questions actually on the grant application for the transfer station. We do feel like that one, should have, granted, the Restore timeline does not move very quickly, but we do feel like we will have a grant award probably within the next 6 months on that one.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I hate to have to do it, but we have to do it. It is what it is. Most counties don't have amnesty days like we do anyway. It's more of a quarterly basis or sometimes even a yearly basis. They do it once a year. So with that, I'm going to respect Mr. Davis's recommendation and make a motion to have quarterly amnesty days.
Second.
Okay, so we do have a motion to approve this request to change it to quarterly amnesty days starting in 2025 by Commissioner Ward. It has been seconded by Commissioner Croom. Any additional discussion, Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I got a
Yes.
question. This is going to be for yard debris as well?
Yes.
Is there any, is there any way we could do just like not have regular, amnesty with metals, trash, and all that stuff, and keep the yard? Which one's filling up? I mean, I know it's all filling up. I'm just worried that we're going to get a lot of excess dumping on right-of-ways, stuff like that. That it's already happening now. I know a lot of people do utilize the yard debris portion of it as well. So that's why I was wanting to ask you that question there. But I mean, I don't have a problem with it at all, because I've already been preaching to the public that when we talk about the landfill, that the cup's filling up, and when the cup fills up, you got to turn the water off. So, but yeah, I was just curious about the yard debris.
So with that, Commissioner, if we start this in January, that gets some a time frame for everybody to adjust.
Right.
Again, we're going to eventually go to a transfer station.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's
Not going to allow
we're not going to be able to just accept everything for free, like we do right now. Again, giving them to January to get adjusted.
Right.
Realize that this change is coming. From now to then, yard trash is what you're saying is continue on like we're doing it.
So that would change what's in our policy too, like the Commissioner's saying, referencing. Right now in the policy, on Mondays, people can bring their yard debris they can amnesty their yard debris at the landfill, correct?
Let's say that again.
Isn't that what's in the policy? On Mondays, they can bring their...
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this is doing away with that as well.
No. That actually will help us, because if we're going to continue to run the knuckle boom truck, yard trash only,
Right.
I mean, that will help us. With people that don't want it to sit out there and wait till their week for pickup, they can bring it themselves.
Right.
So let me back up.
That's what he was questioning.
That's what I was
Okay.
getting at. So
Yes.
starting in January, they can still come in there on Mondays and drop.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the point.
Yard
I was
trash
making,
on.
because that's why I was referencing that it's going to start piling up on the right of ways and put more
I
work.
got you. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
we're good.
Misunderstood.
That-
Yes, sir. I
we're
agree
fine.
with you.
All right, that
Yeah.
cleans
So
it
we're
up.
just changing when the actual amnesty days occur for the regular amnesty days. They're going to be recurring quarterly on a Saturday.
On a Saturday.
Okay.
That we picked Saturday because we're people that
Makes it
normally-
easier.
Yes. Be
It
on
does.
people work.
Yep. Go ahead.
Fonda,
Yes, ma'am.
do you still pick up in the cities of Carabel and Apalachicola?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, we're in the city of Carabel today.
Okay, I was just wondering, because I had somebody ask me, does the county still pick up in Carabel? Yeah, I thought so. Well, look at here. So,
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
just telling you,
Okay. all
make sure
right.
they pick up all through Carabel, because
Okay.
it's like Carabel divided in half, but it's not, it's all one.
Right.
Make sure, because I went by a pile, I'm gonna check it when I get back home and see.
Okay.
I'll
Yes,
give you a
ma'am.
call.
Thank you.
It's still there.
Any other discussion on this motion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
We discussed the first item about the World Series, so I move on to the third item on my agenda here, to the use of containers for the health department violation. The sanitary nuisance is what I'm talking about.
Yes.
We've been helping out with different locations, and I'm reporting about 60.89 tons that's been collected with helping the health department. I'm gonna say it probably doubles that. I'm reporting that right now, but when we start keeping up
Yeah.
exactly what's coming and how we are helping the health department and the county, the board here with this sanitary nuisance. This is
Yes.
what we got. So again, 60.89 at a cost of $3,957.85. It seems like that ain't much, but again, I can say we probably double that, and we still helping.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, while
So
you're
it's-
talking about that, I want to mention something for the rest of the board to consider. So we have those roll-offs, and right now, I don't know if we have a clear policy. It's not that we don't trust you, you're our director, but you're not always going to be the director either. And it's up to this board to set policies and procedures. So we probably need to think of how we're going to address the roll-offs going forward and have a bright line so everybody knows where it's at. It might actually be better, this is my thought now, not the five of us. It might be better to do our roll-offs in conjunction with our code enforcement. And if there's something needed, if there's truly somebody that's in a hardship, their house is burned down, they should be able to go through code enforcement and keep that ball rolling. And it makes it a more streamlined process for us. But again, that's something maybe we can consider at some upcoming meetings to try to address some of the issues we have with the way the roll-offs are being handled. Not that you're doing anything wrong, you're our director, but it's, if there's a policy that needs to be in place, it's up for us to do it. So that's the only reason I mention it.
Yes, sir.
Also, too, Mr. Chairman, I don't know what the issues are, you know, and everything around, but the state health department, the state health department may be getting some, you know, may could tap into some funds to help with that since they're doing a code violation,
Yep.
you know, sanitary nuisance. There may be some funding from the state health department.
We won't know until we ask.
You won't, we won't. So we need to find out on that, and that may help us out too.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I've been talking to Attorney Schuler and Courtney and Sissy about these. When we have code enforcement violations, I know we're not really in it to make money. We just want the compliance, but these individuals that do get fined, that money, you know, it's still questionable as to what we can spend that money on. One of those items could be this, or if we have to get a tow truck in there to tow away an old boat or an old motorhome, whatever. So that's still a conversation that we're all having. We have to have it with the clerk in terms of what those funds can be used for when we do find these people and they write a check out for their fines, where that money can go. So that's an option as well. We just have to figure out the logistics of that, but. That's all I have to say.
Yep. So if we're able to, we might could use some of those monies we're receiving for actual fines to help pay for, to offset some of this tipping fee stuff, if it's possible. We'll find out. What else, sir?
Okay. Last item is the vacant position due to resignation of Jeff Wren, Friday, June 6, 2025. As groundkeeper in the Parks and Recreation Department, we now have a position available.
Okay.
Parks and Rec.
All right. And you're advertising for it?
What's that?
You're advertising for it already?
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right. Anyone have anything for Mr. Davis while he's here?
Mr. Davis, how many vacancies you have?
Two.
Two. Groundskeeper
and solid waste, inmate supervisor.
Thank you.
And they're both being advertised right now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Anyone else have anything for Mr. Davis?
I do. Before he leaves, Mr. Chairman, you might want to discuss item 4 of my report, and I apologize for not numbering the pages on the agenda packet today. The mandatory garbage pickup discussion.
Yes.
The chairman, Aaron, and I, we've been meeting with Fish FWC and a bear-proof garbage can provider to discuss a plan to purchase bear-proof canisters for Franklin County residents with the funds provided by the state legislature. We are at a point in those discussions, commissioners, where we need a determination if the board is going to even proceed or start to discuss countywide mandatory garbage pickup. As the chairman will explain shortly, that decision will affect logistics, the cost, longevity, and the effectiveness of the program. If the board is interested in the possibility of a mandatory garbage pickup ordinance, I recommend a public workshop with FWC, that provider, and all your local providers here in the room, so that the public can hear from, the board and the public can hear from them, and we can have very open, very fruitful discussions and to make a decision how to move forward or not. But Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it over to you. And I'm going to turn this fan down a little bit because it's making it hard for you guys to hear what's being said out there too. If it gets too hot, let me know.
Okay. So yeah, we are at the point, commissioners, that all of us kind of need to start weighing in on this. We've been having discussions and try to really find out the legislative appropriations we've received for these bear-resistant cans, how far that was going to take us. But it's got to the point now where, and actually, the governor signed the budget yesterday. We received an additional $341,000 for bear-resistant cans, so that brings the total now to just above $1 million for these bear-resistant cans. Legislative intent is for Franklin County to have mandatory trash pickup. That's the reason they started moving the money in our direction. That was a discussion they had with me as your chairman from the legislative level before they ever started this process. The way I understand it, Attorney Schuler, is the laws have been changed with the way you go about doing mandatory trash pickup. Used to, you could go out for bids, and if you choose one, you had to kind of give the other one a severance pay to buy them out. Well, now you have to do that, but you also have to wait 3 years. Or the other option we could have as a board is to just do mandatory trash pickup, do an MOU with both. We have 2 current haulers in the county, do an MOU with both, and let the residents know that they can choose one or the other and make the price the same, and then let service one out. I'm good with that. But that's something we need to discuss, because they're to the point where they want to make these cans. We can buy these cans and they can deliver them to every resident that needs them, working again with the haulers to know where the bear resistant cans really are needed. But the last thing we need to do is drop a can in somebody's yard and we don't have mandatory trash pickup. Well, we just threw that can away because nothing's getting collected in it. You know what I mean? So we are to the point we need to discuss if we want to have a workshop and really want to do mandatory trash pickup, or what do we want to do? Because again, that was the legislative intent when they started sending these monies our way.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we schedule a workshop on this.
All right.
Second.
All right. So we have a motion to schedule a workshop by Commissioner Amison, second by Commissioner Croom. Sir, I know we have to schedule it. Do we need to schedule the time now, or can we set that later?
No, set
Okay.
out, yeah.
Yeah, let's do that so we can all check our schedules and do what works best for everybody. All right. Any more discussion before we vote? I don't want to hog all the conversation here, but I've been involved in a lot of it, so. All right. I'm sure it'll all come out in the workshop, I assure you. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
That's it for me, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Right.
I
Thank
think
you
that
all.
covers it.
I've got
Oh,
one thing for
go ahead.
Mr. Davis. Fonda, if you don't mind, the clammers out there at Alligator Harbor, they've had a bear-proof garbage can out there, and somebody took it away, and they were wanting to know if they could have it again, because ask if you could put something out there, because now the trash is being thrown out on the ground going into the harbor there, and the clammers don't want that.
Is it something the county had out there?
Huh?
Is it something the county had out there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we had something out there.
Yes,
Okay.
So,
it was one of the ones that I had rushed it out. It was-
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that does happen. Now, I will say, just so the board knows, the company we've been discussing with so far is on Sourcewell, but their class for the can is down on the side of the can, not on the top. So they're not gonna be as apt to rust out like some of them that are made on the top do. But that actually is a pretty cool design. You'll see it when we get to the workshop, but he made me think about the way he's at it. Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Thank you
Appreciate
all.
it. Ms. Daniels, Jennifer Daniels, Emergency Management.
Busy lady.
Good morning, Commissioners. First, I'm requesting that the retroactive approval of the signing of the extension of the local state of emergency on Friday, June 27th at 6:15 p.m. on behalf of the city of Apalachicola.
So moved.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison, second by Commissioner Crane. Any discussion? I do have one question, Attorney Schuler.
Yep.
Since the next one is the same thing, but just another date that's coming up, can we include those two together? They're both LSEs.
I think do these separate.
Okay.
Well,
all right.
one was retroactive
Because
and the other one is,
Because they are the same subject matter,
Right.
however.
Different
there's
time.
Different time periods,
Okay.
and
No
the
problem.
statute requires 7-day increments, so I would
Okay.
recommend separate motions.
All right. So, any more discussion before we vote? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Go ahead, Ms. Jenny.
Yes, sir. I would like to request the board's approval to sign the extension of the LSC on Friday, July 4th at 6:15 on behalf of the city.
So moved.
Second.
All right, let's have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison, second by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion, commissioners? All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right, go ahead.
My next action item is the EOC has continued to work on the Apalachicola water issue, and we've been assisting the city of Apalachicola. We've coordinated with them on getting bottled water sent to distribution locations, assisting with the dissemination of public messaging, acquiring and update contracts for water tankers, shower and laundry trucks, managing donations, etc. As of during the week of July 13th, we had 32.25 hours of overtime between all three of our staff. On the week of June 15th, we had 49.75 hours of overtime. And in the week of June 22nd, at least 16 hours of overtime. We've also spent about 80% of our days during the last 3 weeks working this same issue. And what I'm asking is, normally, when we have a disaster, a storm, we do FEMA reimbursement for overtime. I would like to be able to pay our staff for their overtime. As of right now, I talked to Aaron about it, and my plan is to attempt to do it out of my own budget. But they put in a whole lot of hours of overtime, and I just feel like it's the right thing to do, and I'm asking your permission.
Yeah, there definitely will be no FEMA involved in this one. So
No,
yeah.
sir. No, sir. No
Yes.
state or FEMA on this one. Yes, sir.
Well, especially that's a heck of a way to start hurricane season too.
Yes, sir. We're exhausted, but we've cut back on the schedule now that we've got everything situated where it needed to be. There should not be loads of overtime after this. I'd like to pay them for what we have right now, and then going forward, I'm hoping we should be back to normal business hours now.
Sounds good.
Mr. Chairman, I did reach out to Jennifer yesterday and to Aaron because I wanted to make sure, even though it is coming out of her budget, I wanted to ensure that at the end of the year, she wasn't short either. I didn't want her to come back to us and say, well, I'm short, and then us having to rustle around to try to come up with some money. I do believe, obviously, in paying your staff. And what a lot of people in the community don't realize is our county departments, we run them on a shoestring. I mean, there's 3 people in your office.
Yes.
There's so many in our county office. They wear many different hats, and they do work. And I appreciate you and your CERT volunteers and your staff for going above and beyond to help with the city of Apalachicola's water situation. So, yeah, absolutely. We want to make sure that you guys get reimbursed for the time you put in. I know it was a lot of late nights spent trying to get, wrangling all the state resources. And I just mainly wanted to make sure that we were covered at the end of the year with the budget. So between Jen and Aaron, I feel confident that we are. So with that, Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
So have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward. Commissioner Croom has seconded. Go ahead, Commissioner Croom.
As I indicated, I guess, the last meeting about Director Daniels and her staff, I know they have been working with the city of Apalachicola nonstop. I've been out there myself, and I've called, and she answers my calls all times of the night and in the evening. So, but I do share, when our staff work, we need to pay them, per se. Question I have is, so with the current overtime that you have, 98 hours, and do you have an allocation set aside for the rest of the hurricane season?
Right now,
I don't know what your total allocation for overtime hours.
I do not have an allocation for overtime hours, but we have budgeted very closely through this storm, through this entire budget year, and I have a little money right now that we have managed to cut out some other stuff and that we did not need, and I should be able to cover this with that money.
Gotcha. 'Cause I share the same thing with Commissioner Ward about coming back, or if you do have enough, it wouldn't affect you now. So
yes, sir.
Other than that, that was my only
yes, sir.
question.
And with the EOC Commissioner too, whenever they're activated and a storm is actually declared and eligible for reimbursement, then we'll actually go back and process all of the overtime for their accumulated comp time as well. So that's one reason why it's kind of a wash in that department in most instances.
Yeah. What makes this different is It's a local state of emergency. It's not a declared storm. Actually, I don't know, Jenny, that we've ever done an LSC for anything that wasn't a named storm, have we?
Not that
I mean, even
not
the
that
East
I'm
Point
aware.
fires, we didn't do an LSC.
No, sir.
No, so.
This has been
It
a
was
first
different.
for me too, yes, sir.
Yeah, it was different.
Commissioners, I'll say, living in the city of Apalachicola, and at the end, I was told being at the end of a line, I appreciate every overtime hour that they put
Yeah,
in.
there you go.
Yeah.
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 And I would say this, what we could do is submit to FEMA and anybody else, whoever's in charge of hurricanes, and say we have no more overtime, so we cannot have any hurricanes this year.
I'm
That's
good
what
with
I
that.
would
I
do.
like
Yeah,
that.
that would
That's what I
work.
recommend we do.
That would
So,
work.
let's see if that'll work for us
Yeah, okay.
this year.
Just tell Mother Nature. See if she
Yeah, okay,
gets
her
it.
too.
Any more discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
I have one last thing, Commissioners. With that being said, my staff, again, the overtime we've had, I have these ladies and gentlemen here that are part of our CERT team. As of, let me look back, as of June the 22nd, just for the City of Apalachicola issue, we have over 72 hours of documented volunteer labor. It comes out to like $2,376. And that is not accounting, that's not my staff. That is literally these ladies and gentlemen here that we could not do without. They are, most of these, our volunteers here have gray skies and blue skies duties at our EOC. They do everything from mow the lawns to help write grants to run logistics to when we are activated cook force. We have a documentarian. We have radio people, we have an ops chief, and I mean, they're just amazing. We could not do this without it, and I just wanted them to be here so I could thank them in front of everybody.
Yep.
They are amazing.
Mr. Chairman, I will say this is an importance that once a year when John Solomon comes up and it's volunteer month and he asks you guys to support those. It's a resolution, I believe is what it is. This is another example of what he's talking about right here. So, yeah.
And, Mr. Chairman, you all are appreciated. We appreciate you doing that. Because I see Alan, Miss Bobby, and Mr. Tim, and all them.
They are absolutely amazing. Absolutely. Any job at any time, they come in at split notice. They're wonderful. We couldn't do what we do with a staff of 3. We just couldn't without them. It's amazing.
I know I enjoyed being around them when we did the hot wash over there at Pine Log.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
And Mr. Chairman, this is 72 hours. I mean, that's 72 hours and $2,000 that the county's not having to come up with.
And that's in
because of
about
volunteers. I mean, they gave their time, their blood, sweat, and tears, so to speak. And so it's definitely, we appreciate you guys. So without volunteers, I mean, we wouldn't be able to do half the stuff we do. So.
There we go.
And I'm sorry, I interrupted you. I didn't mean to.
No,
but
you
that's
didn't.
about a 2-week period. That's just for 2 weeks. They do this year round. So
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'm sure all of us at one point in time been out there, but it's a good operation, and I mean, you got a good team. I mean, I've been in state EOCs, which is much larger, and I can tell you, your people outwork the paid people at the state EOC I've been a part. Like, everything is top notch. So, congratulations, thank you. I know thank you is just a small gesture that we can do, but we really appreciate each and every one of your volunteers. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I will say they're getting a new EOC hopefully really soon. We're going to start break ground, so that'll be huge. They won't have to probably do as much maintenance at the new one than they are now. So, but we appreciate you guys.
All right. Anything else, Ms. Jennifer?
no, sir, I think that's it.
I got a
haven't
question,
missed
Mr.
Go ahead.
Chairman. Jen,
Yes,
the
ma'am.
new water filtration system was installed.
Yes, ma'am.
The same day, I heard the same day that we
Yes,
voted
ma'am.
on it.
Yep.
And is that working okay for you guys?
Yes, ma'am. It's
Okay.
wonderful.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Cool. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I got a question.
Yes.
Director Daniels, are you still planning to do a build a bucket in East Point?
The original Build-A-Bucket we did, I think it was in 2022, if I'm not
Okay.
wrong. We did that one in East Point.
Right.
So we did this last one over in Caraval, and it usually takes me about 2 to 3 years to get funding together to do another one. And so the next one we'll probably do here in Apalachicola, and then we'll start rotating back across the county each time. This one that we did, we received an $8,000 donation from Duke Energy, but we also received numerous donations from throughout the community, even from individuals, even from our CERT team, to hold that event. And it takes us approximately $10,000 to put that on, to be able to give those supplies out to everyone. And so it usually takes me 2 to 3 years to roll back in and be able to get that Duke Energy grant again. And also the donations from the community, because we don't want to overstress. You know, there's all sorts of programs here in the community that needs donations. So we try to put a 3-year run between it, 2 to 3.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I don't know why I thought we had a discussion about, we was gonna have one in Carabel and then one in East Point.
Well, East Point was our very first one.
I
We
remember
did
that.
that, wanted to hit the middle of the county for the first one and see what participation we had. On that one, Commissioner, we had over 300 buckets we give away, and then the one we just did in Carabel, we did over 400. And so our next goal is to hit over 500. We just want to keep bumping it up each time. Yes, sir.
Gotcha.
Anyone else? Ms. Daniels, thank you. Thank y'all for everything you do.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all.
All right, there is nothing on the Director DeWitt Polis's report. So Commissioners, if you have any questions, just reach out to him. Michael, is Mr. Lovestrand attending today?
No, he's not, because he had no action items
Okay,
either, Mr.
no action
Mr.
items
Chairman.
as well. If you have anything, Commissioners, you can reach out to Mr. Lovestrand independently. Ms. Whitney should be here because she does have an action item.
Oh,
Library.
I thought I sent her an invite. There she
is.
All right, good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I have one action item today, and what I'm proposing is to change the Carabel's branch hours of operation from 9 to 6 to 10 to 6. The reason for this request is to reduce the number of scheduled hours where the staff has to work alone or independently. This would increase support and improve safety, which is really important to us. So this would just change the library schedule to 10 to 6 Monday through Friday, and we would remain 10 to 2 on Saturdays. The East Point branch would keep its normal hours of operation, and this adjustment will not impact programming nor affect our eligibility for state aid.
Okay. Ms. Whitney, you want to make this a permanent change?
Yes,
Okay.
we prefer the 10 to 6 over the 9 to 5 because when school's in session, the school bus, it drops off about 4:30 in the parking lot here, so
Right.
we prefer the evening hours to do stuff with the kids
Right.
in the afternoons.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve this change.
All right. We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
And we will wait about a week before we implement this. That'll give us time to, make memos and notify the public and the stakeholders that the hours will be changing.
Sounds good.
Just for informational items, it's been a while since our policies and customer codes of conduct have been accurately, been reviewed. So I'm in the process of that. I'm comparing with other library systems, talking to the staff, seeing if there's any issues that have come up that we need to address. Whenever that's ready, I'll have it reviewed by Attorney Schuler, and I'll bring it before you then. I also need to make a correction. I have here on my report that will be closed Thursday the 4th, but it's actually Friday the 4th. We will be closed Friday.
Okay.
And that's all I have for you.
All right. Sounds good, Ms. Whitney. Anyone have anything for Ms. Roundtree while she's here? Ms. Whitney, thank you for always keeping a full slate of things to keep the kids and whoever are the patrons at the libraries in East Point and Carabel engaged and having things to do. We really appreciate it. Libraries are very important. Thank you, Ms.
I
Whitney.
appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Mr. John Solomon?
He didn't have any action items either,
Okay.
Commissioner, unless you had some questions for him.
Okay. Well, do we need to handle, there's something on your report about him, isn't it?
Well, yeah, about the contract.
Yes.
Hold on. Okay, where are you, Michael? Where are you? Ship inspector. discuss, okay, item 6, Commissioners. At your December 3rd meeting, regular meeting, the board, 2024, the board extended the TDC administration contract to September 30th, which is fast approaching. TDC vendor contracts expire on December 31st. I think someone said I might need to verify that. I will. Thought I saw that in the minutes. As that date is approaching, is the board interested in another extension of the TDC administration contract, or should staff begin the advertising process? And you could discuss it today or think about it and come back at the next meeting, let me know, but I need to know no later than the next meeting, since the contract ends in September.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Okay.
Don't we, isn't it our board policy, and I know Aaron and I had this discussion when I first came on the board, about going out for bids, and this is no reflection on you, John, but don't we typically, aren't we supposed to go out for bids on everybody that we have, like our engineers, our auditors, our people that we hire, outsource?
I would say, and Erin could jump in when she wants to, most of the time, the engineers, that is driven by grants and funding, FDOT, I believe.
Yes, and then also like with our engineering services contract, we just did the general engineering services contract last December. Actually, so I think we're in year 1 of a 4-year contract with renewals. After that, I think one option for renewal at that point. With the auditor services contract, that one is roughly the same way.
Okay.
But yes, every so often we actually go out and we rebid a lot of the professional services contracts.
And Commissioner, we have a staff, and I think Aaron also, we both do, we look at professional services a little different than we look at some of the administrative contracts you have, you know? Like, you just gave Mr. Kirschenbaum one for the interim, so he has a few years, not sure how many years, on his contract. And then, you know, John is TDC admin. If we have anybody else along that line. So, yeah, so we look at them differently, you know? I remember Commissioner Crewman asked me about that a while back. I don't think I did a good job of explaining the difference between professional services and just that administrative-like contracts. So, yeah, administrative is like the closest thing to a county employee without being a county employee is how we look at it. I know the chairman has said on many occasions that, you know, you can't get a government contract for life, so yes. And plus, you want, and in your terms, you want to be as transparent as possible to make it seem like we're not, you know, excluding anyone from these situations. Yep. So, yeah, so we do look at them differently. And I don't know if that answers your question or not.
And the vendor contracts also have a term as far as like with the TDC. Vendor contracts actually come up for renewal every so often as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I remember the meeting prior to me taking this seat. It was the only county commission meeting I showed up to during the campaign. And I remember Ms. Cheryl specifically because they were actually, you guys were at the time, or you three, it was me and him wasn't there, but y'all were taking the vendors, where the vendors had to resubmit. And I remember Ms. Cheryl mentioned, well, why hadn't John had to resubmit? Yeah, I do. And that's you know. But if y'all want to wait to the next meeting, that's fine. We can do it then or do it whenever.
However y'all want to do it. I mean, if y'all want to think about it some, but I mean, it is up to the board how we're going to do it.
So is this professional or administrative?
Administrative.
It's administrative.
Or a vendor administrative contract,
Yep.
Commissioner Crew.
And moving forward, how long is this contract normally?
What is it, 2 years or 3 years?
So there was a time in the past where we were trying to get the admin contract offsetting to the vendor contract, so we didn't replace. I don't think it's ever happened, but we were, you know, you plan for the worst and hope for the best. Where it would never be a situation where we replaced everybody, all the vendors and the TDC administrator. So we had offset so that, and I'll have to go back and look at the minutes, commissioners, so that one was in 1 year and the other would be in the opposite year. So,
so in other words, that way you don't have to start from scratch. If there was a change with a vendor or, okay.
Correct.
That makes perfect sense.
Yep. So with that being said, Michael, Mr. Rowan, if you don't know if we don't all know the answers to that, maybe we need to worry about this the next meeting.
That's fine. So just-
We need to make sure what we're looking at.
Yeah,
yes.
just get with me before the next meeting, and
Yeah.
if you have any questions,
Yeah.
you need to see copies of contracts, and I'll
Yes.
send them to you guys.
Yeah, we need to make sure what we're looking at.
Okay, I'll make a note to address it the next meeting, Commissioner.
All right. Solomon, thank you. We appreciate your time.
Y'all have a good day.
You too.
Hope to see y'all tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
can I ask Michael about item number 7?
What's item number 7?
Oh, the vacancy, same thing, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Mhm.
What's the deadline? When are we gonna choose that? Because
June,
Chairman Jones has
July,
been saying
July,
he
July,
needs that
hold on.
member.
I
Yeah,
think
we
it
do.
closes,
I
yeah.
think it just went out, the advertisement just went out Monday, or
It's
the
been on
Monday
the
before.
website Monday before, since.
Before we
and I-
left.
Yes, and I
Yeah.
sent it to, Commissioners, I'll be honest, I did not pay for an ad, they're very expensive, and I sent it out to both, the Times and OYS as PSAs, so they can read them as often as possible, you know?
Okay.
Yeah, so, yes, that's where they
So
are.
what's the deadline?
I'm sorry, that was the original question,
That's what
wasn't
I
it?
was
Yes.
asking.
July, I believe, let me see, you guys meet again on the 16th, I think, on July 11th, so it'll be next week, Friday, will be the deadline. Now, I did, as the board asked, there's a number of previous applicants that asked me to resubmit their application, and there's one or two that said, nah, not right now, I just don't have the time, so you have those. I've received maybe 2, maybe 3 new ones to add to that, so, yeah, so I just figure I keep pushing it as much as possible, and I keep asking, OYS and the Times, they put it on their Facebook, OYS announces it, Michael Allen does.
So the 11th will be the deadline.
Mhm, and then you open
The
it
11th
up
will be the deadline, and then we'll be looking at it on the 16th.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I just want to make sure, when's your next meeting, Mr. Chairman?
We don't have a meeting in July, so you have till August.
Yeah.
So you'll have one for all.
We never have a meeting in July.
So you
Yeah,
should
so
have
that's-
a full board in July, in
Hallelujah.
August.
Yes.
That'll be great.
It would.
Well, thank you, we can take care of that one too, one more off the list.
All right.
And just for the public, Commissioners, I put the link to the county's website, exactly where that ad is. I put it on the agenda, so if you're perusing our agenda, just click on that link, it'll take you straight there, or you can send that link to anybody, you know?
Okay. All right. Is that it, Mr. Rowe?
Yeah, for for TDC, yes, it is, I think.
Mr. Kirstenbaum? You're up next, interim airport manager.
Thank you, Commissioner. Steve Kirschenbaum, interim airport manager. Before I kick in with my action items, I just got something this morning that came across, and I'd just like to let you know that I'm saving some money and bringing some money in. The DEP violation at the site that we were addressing, I got county staff approval to meet on site with the DEP inspector, and we kind of fixed things, but there still was a fine for the violation, and I went and said, we're a poor county. Can you try to help us out with this? He says, if you write a nice letter asking for the violations to be waived, and it was $5,000 an acre, he waived all the violations. We just have to go in there and pick up some wood, and we're done over there with the area. And that was our previous land clearing contractor that went in there without wetland maps. But the property actually reclaimed itself, so the property is in great shape. We just have to do a tiny bit of cleanup, so there's no cost there for ourselves. Also, the Air Force Research Lab is going to be staying for another month, another $8,500 to us. On my action items, the first one is a spending thing, but I don't know if everybody saw the signage for the airport in their reports. We have signs with bullet holes in them. We have signs that are run over. We have signs that are 20 years old. We have a TSA sign on the front gate to call in case of an emergency. That's Crystal Air's phone number that's disconnected from 8 years ago. So what I'm asking the commission and the airport board agreed to it is to allocate, they said $2,000. I'm asking for $3,000 to be allocated. I don't think it's going to come close to that for the signage to be replaced. I spoke to the FDOT sign division, and the 2 on 98, I just got a voicemail while I was here. I think they're going to wind up funding. And the TDC can fund the entrance sign. So what I'm asking for is to allocate up to $3,000 for signage for the site. And I think that we want to package that airport like a $20 box of candy as we're trying to bring people in and tourism in. And right now, the signage is kind of an embarrassment to the county. So that's what I'm asking for as a recommendation.
All right, quick question. Miss Erin, is that something the TDC can do?
Honestly, like I told Steve that they may be able to assist with the sign. I mean, that would be something that the TDC board would actually have to, vote.
So we'd have to take it up in August?
You would, and you
Okay.
would also want to make sure that, it was a welcome sign for
Yes.
the airport.
Yes.
That was actually, fully designed and vetted by the TDC and approved. So.
Right, and I spoke to the TDC chair, and he said they could fund the welcome sign.
You're speaking to the TDC chair?
To John, oh, I'm sorry. I spoke
It's
to
okay.
John Solomon.
It's okay.
I forgot.
You're speaking to the TDC
But
chair.
we're just looking for the
Get us a mock-up of what it's gonna look like, so we can get to the TDC, and we'll look at it in August, and we'll go from there.
Good, and I want to put some plantings in the planter there and really make it look nice when you're coming into the airport. So can I have just an earmark for that money up to, and,
The TDC has to look at it and recommend it to the.
oh no, I'm
board,
talking
Just
about
like y'all recommended.
the other signage.
Oh,
There's about 5 or 6 signs that are just, there's a sign there besides the TSA sign, there's a sign
Okay.
index of all the businesses on the site, and 3 of the businesses are out of business.
so let's do this, because this is really the way it should be done. Get a quote from the sign vendor on this sign, this sign, this sign, how much money it is total, bring it back to us next meeting, so it's something we can approve.
Okay,
So
all
that
right.
way we know exactly what we're looking at, we're approving exactly what we're looking at.
And we'll know the TDC end of it too.
No, yeah, well, the TDC is completely separate. That's the
Right.
welcome sign.
Okay,
But I'm talking about the other stuff that you want to use airport funds for signage.
yeah,
We need a quote with, this sign's gonna be 400, this sign's gonna be 300, this sign's 1,000.
I already have the estimate, it's $1,900 for all the
But yeah,
signage.
we need an actual,
All right, I'll bring it down to you
Yep.
at the next meeting.
all right.
Also, this is just something up to you guys to do. We have a new generator at the site that was gotten with grant money, and the county used the same vendor for generators throughout the county. A big problem we had at the airport is there was maintenance done on the generator as it broke, the old generator, as it broke, as it broke. The first thing the generator contractor said to me, why don't you get a maintenance contract on this generator annually? We'll come in and look at it. What I'm asking you as a recommendation for the county, you should get a maintenance contract on all the generators in the county, so you never go through what we went through at the airport. But we're asking for it on the airport side, that there should be a maintenance contract on the generator.
Did they give you anything to show you kind of what that would look like?
I'm
Was it
asking
2,000
Erin,
years?
Actually, the emergency management department already has a maintenance contract on their generator
Okay.
out there, and they've had a vendor for a long time. I believe it seems like it's Ring Power. I don't know why
Yeah.
I'm thinking that. And then also the other new generators that were actually provided for in the grant, it was basically Weems Hospital received a new generator, and also the clinic in Carabel.
Right.
So Weems will be responsible for the maintenance agreements on those generators, and they
Right.
likely already have a
Because it
vendor
falls
in
under
place.
healthcare, yeah.
So yeah, Steve, yeah, you can reach out and, get a quote for a generator maintenance plan for the airport.
Yes, so it might be easier to ask Director Daniels who her contract is with, and see if we
Okay.
can try to get a contract with the same people. And
Yeah,
get a
this
better
way,
deal.
I don't want to see a new generator go to junk.
Yeah, no, we don't either.
All right, and the other thing is, I've been working with Erin and staff and trying to alleviate workload with staff and Erin especially. And we asked last meeting about the Triumph grant and about future grants at the site. Florida Commerce now has $75 million in the job growth grant. They have $20 million in the rural infrastructure grant. Defoniac Springs took advantage of that last year. We just got our paperwork in and we helped a little bit. Thank you, Erin, for letting us help a little bit with the runway extension environmental. And Erin reviewed everything that we submitted and Avcon worked on it. But that's going to be all done and approved. The next thing we should be doing is putting in for hangars on site that we need for commercial tenants and also the runway extension. And I'd love to put together a package. And I spoke to Erin about this. I said, could we possibly alleviate your workload? John Collins, our aviation engineer, probably gets about $2-3 million in grants a year, aviation related. I asked John, would he be willing to do these aviation-related grants with Florida Commerce, with Triumph as a package? And he said, absolutely. And I asked Erin if I could take the workload off your desk, would you be okay with that? The only issue was, we have about $10,000 a year that we put on the side earmarked with AvCon for additional expenses that aren't covered with grants. The way he said it would work if he does this is that with an FDOT FAA grant, he knows he's getting paid. With these grants, he doesn't know if he's going to be getting them, so he would be charging us hourly out of that retainer fee that we have, but then if we get the grant, that money would be waived and go back into the fund. So I'm asking permission to let John Collins work with myself, the chair of the airport board, subject to review by the fiscal manager, to put together a grant package to dig into this Florida Job Growth Grant, Triumph FDOT, to do improvements at the airport. And we'll put the package in front of you before we do anything, but wondering if that could be a possibility that we could utilize John Collins with Erin's oversight.
Okay.
Is that something we need action on?
Well, hold up. Let me make sure I understand, because I was there at the AOED meeting. I thought the instructions from AOED and John, based on that discussion, that they were going to come up with a priority list that John would look over and say, okay, I think we can get this, not this one. Because what John does not want to do is be tagged with a project to do that he doesn't think we're going to get funded. Because then it would seem like he is getting paid to do a project that he doesn't think is going to bear fruit in the immediate future or long-term future, depending on how it is. Are we talking about two different things, Steve?
No, we're talking the same thing. It would be subject to John Collins and the airport board prioritize,
okay,
and then coming back to the commission.
Okay, that's different.
Yeah.
That's why I want to make sure we have that, because John, and keep in mind something else, Steve, that I hear you about, you know, the money will go back in when we get the grant. Not every grant has admin or fees that will cover it. So once some of that money that you pay to John, you will not recoup.
That's correct.
Administrative-wise. You see, you might get the grant for the project, which is good, but you won't recoup that admin money or that money that we pay out to John. So I want everybody to understand that. And every grant has that, unfortunately. We wish they did, but they don't. So.
And what I'm willing to do is use myself as some of the hourly to cut back on the hours and ask John Collins in advance before the package goes in, what do you think how many hours do you think this is going to take? And on this last one, me and George probably put in about 20 hours combined. And
good.
And that would have been 20 hours off Erin's desk. And it wound up, she looked at it, she liked it, she said, get in it. And
So I have one question though, with all this. I don't have no problem with what we're discussing. Under what we have currently set up with Mr. Collins, it's a certain amount per year he can spend. Do we have an hourly rate set?
We
Or does
do.
it
We
depend
have,
on-
we,
or does
we,
it
we have
depend on what he's doing?
We have a task order with him for
Okay.
things that he does outside of the airport
Right.
grants, and that actually came to fruition when we were dealing with a lot of the tower inquiries.
Yes.
Yes.
You know, because he was having to spend a lot of research hours
Yes.
on that, and it wasn't really relative to any sort of funding
Right,
source.
but we've already got a dedicated amount per hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
we
all
do.
I want to make sure.
Yeah, but a prioritized list is very important, because you don't want someone like John, who's also trying to manage all of your other airport grants, to just be, you know, chasing a lot of things or not knowing what the true goal of the airport
Yes,
is. And so
yes.
really, you know, having a vested list run through the airport advisory committee would be the best.
Not to change Steve's request, but I think the request now should be, you're telling him to tell AOED, the board likes that,
Yes.
the concept that they have.
Come up with a list.
So go forward and come up with a list and then
Yes.
have Steve bring
Yes.
that back to this commission.
Yes.
And then you guys task John and say, okay, we like this one, let's go with this. AOED
Yep.
recommends it,
Yeah.
type of deal.
And you could even get John to come back and actually, you know, review the list with you all
Yes,
as
right.
well.
Yes.
That would be
probably
great.
That would be
good.
great.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, let's do that then. Let's do
Yeah.
it that way.
So
That would be better. Because like that job growth grant fund, it's been out there for a long time. I don't think Franklin County's ever even applied for it. I could be wrong, but I don't think we have.
And that's how Defoniac Springs got millions of dollars.
Oh, yeah, that's how a lot of places get
And what I would
millions
do
of dollars.
is package it
Apply
with
for 'em.
Triumph does a small amount,
Yes.
Florida Commerce does a larger amount. FDOT already said they would kick in if those two kick in, and the FAA as well. John Collins is setting up a meeting this week. I had preliminary discussions on the runway. They could phase it in over 2 years. So something big can happen there, and the big thing with me at the airport is I've got a lot of industrial users, and I got a holler yesterday. They're looking for big buildings to go into. And so we'll bring it back to you, the package, at the next meeting.
That and Triumph needs to actually decide whether they're gonna start doing spec buildings or not, because if they are, we ready to do them.
Oh, yeah, because
Yeah.
that call he's talking about, that would have worked out great with that call Steve got yesterday.
Yeah, it kind of hits you in the wrong way when you're trying to do economic development. They call and say, "Hey, I need an 80,000 square foot building. You got one?" Like, no, we got 10 eights. No, will that work?
Yeah.
It doesn't work too good.
Also, just real quick on my informational items, I just wanted to hit like a couple of them. But the licensing and the security plan, airport, put a lot of time in on that. We just got our license, we're good. FDOT, we sat down, me and John Collins, at a meeting with them in Quincy, and we were the first people from the county ever to sit down in that room in Quincy. And John Collins and Vanessa really appreciated it. And what they did, they realized I gave them the economic picture of the airport, and they said, you know what? We'll push the 1.5 million, that's 2 years out for the hangar complex, to next year. So now we have $2.3 million to start break ground on the hangar complex next July, and we have a waiting list 40 deep. Also, Haney Triumph is all submitted and done. So Corey called for a Teams meeting that I'm trying to put together with Erin, Haney, and the chair of the AOED the end of next week. And hopefully it'll be on the August Triumph meeting. And we just got a few more little steps with Haney, and they should be in the site.
Good.
And,
Anyone have any questions for Mr. Steve? Thank you. We appreciate it, Steve.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to serve.
Yep, yep. Let's take a short recess before we go to Ms. Courtney. Franklin County Commission is now back in session. Up next is Ms. Courtney Bankston, Ship Administrator. Go ahead, Ms. Courtney.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
So I have apps the 22, 23, 23, 24, and 24, 25, since we are still in the process of encumbering those funds as well. The first thing on the list is I need board action to approve the maximum award amount for down payment assistance. The way it read before, we had a certain amount for very low, a different amount for low, and a separate amount for moderate. With the way that everything's been going, we felt that that needed to change. So instead of, I looked at FHA loans and the other loan, first time buyers loan.
USDA?
Yes, USDA, and the loan usually runs between 2.5% and 5% going towards down payment. So they have to pay that much for down payment assistance. So I did the worst case scenario. So first, the maximum purchase amount needs to be changed. Let's do that one first, so you'll know exactly why I came up with this formula. So currently, our purchase price for a home is at $285,000. Other counties have increased their limits. The USDA has increased their limits. For our county, I felt that we could go up $100,000 and cap it at $385,000, which would suffice in a current resident being able to get into a home here. Now, if you wanted to increase that number, you can, but the amount that we have to give for down payment assistance will affect whatever amount we put.
Ms. Courtney, I'm good with that, but let me ask a question, make sure the rest of them are aware. So the 285 was based on that time what USDA would do in the county for a house?
Correct.
What's
Yes.
the current amount that the USDA will do for a house in Franklin County?
For other counties, the maximum amount is $510,000 and some change.
For other counties?
Yeah, what about Franklin?
It doesn't have for Franklin, it just says all other counties.
Oh, it doesn't
So
say
it
for
has,
Franklin, okay.
it doesn't mention Franklin County, it just says we're in that all other counties
Oh, I thought
category.
you were saying that Franklin was 510. That's why I was
No.
just saying, I was like, oh, boy. Well, like my kids say, I misunderheard you then.
Misunderheard you. I like that. Wow.
So I figured we could come and kind of go in the middle, not do the 510, but go up from the 285 to give more leg room. I was thinking 385 to start out because we could only use a certain percentage of that for down payment assistance.
Can we, Mr. Chairman, are we making motions on all three of these different numbers? Can we?
Courtney, I recommend you give them all the changes as one.
Okay.
And then they make one motion to adopt all the changes.
They're all same
Yeah, because
subject
it's the
matter.
same subject matter. I agree.
Yes. Okay, so if we approve at the 385, I did worst case scenario for down payment assistance at 5%, which led up to the total of 19 and some change. So we changed the language for the maximum award to be up to 5% of purchase price, not to exceed $20,000. So it doesn't matter if they're very low, or moderate income, we can approve up to 5%. So if they have to give 2.5% in down payment or a max of 5% for down payment assistance, they'll get the maximum amount and it'll cover their entire down payment.
Okay.
Okay. So the third thing is, I know I had been working on this for Commissioner Ward. I asked Michael Chaney for verbiage to include mobile homes under the down payment assistance program. So that verbiage has been added, and Michael Chaney approved this verbiage that says this strategy may be used to purchase manufactured housing that was constructed no earlier than January 2010. No more than 20% of the SHIP allocation may be expended for the purchase or repair of manufactured housing. So we were able to add that language so that people can also get down payment assistance for mobile homes.
Fantastic. Thank you, Courtney.
That is a
Thank you. That's
victory.
fantastic.
That is a victory.
And,
Because-
yeah, because, thanks, Courtney, for doing that for me.
Because SHIP has never, ever allowed this before until right now.
That's what I was saying. I've been on here a long time, and they have never, ever approved manufactured homes,
That's
mobile
right.
homes, whatever you want to call them. That is a biggie for Franklin
Yes.
County.
Yeah, I think that'll open up a lot of doors for a lot of more of our residents to be able to get approved for homes, to get into their own homes.
Motto is, Mr. Chairman, it never hurts to ask. Can always be told no. It never
Yep.
hurts to ask.
That's right.
So,
That's right.
So how does the board feel about these three things?
I'm good with them, Mr.
good.
Chairman. I'll make a motion to approve these amounts.
I'll second.
So we're doing 385 is the limit, up to 5% on the down payment assistance, and the same up to 5% on the mobile home down payment assistance?
Correct.
But that's based on whatever those prices are. I will say too, by way of discussion, according to the rural development part of USDA's site, the effective limit from March of this year for Franklin County is $419,300. So that's the amount that they would go up to. So, yeah, but I'm good with where we're at.
Yeah.
So we had a motion by Commissioner Ward. Did we have a second?
I second.
Okay, I missed it, I'm sorry.
That's all
We had-
right.
We had a second by Commissioner Sanders. Any more discussion before we vote?
I just want to say, I built my house for $12 a square foot. And I'm going to tell you something. Of course, that was back in '93. But that, whew, that's high.
Yeah.
It's up there.
We got to give some people some relief.
Mr. Chairman, since this is a late ad, you might want to ask for public comment
Okay.
on this one.
Anyone, this was a late add to our agenda. It was not previously published. Is there anyone in the room that would like to comment on this publicly before the board potentially takes any action today? Can you check on via Zoom, sir?
The chairman is calling for public comment from anyone attending via Zoom. If you would just indicate by raising your hand. No hand raised to address the board.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That is unanimous, 5-0.
Before Courtney goes, there's one
Yes.
action item in my report that if I had known she was coming there, I'd have stuck her with it, but I'll do it.
Mr. Morone, you put the agenda together, sir.
I know, but she was a late ad. My report was done before she was added, sir, so yeah. Now, if you want me to start switching stuff around, I got no problem with that. But I gotta find it as usual. I hate when I just have one of these days. Right there. Item number three. Thank y'all. Item number 3, Commissioners, attached to my report, the invoice from Mr. Terry Much for initial inspections for SHIP clients. Mr. Much has been a SHIP inspector for several years. These projects were started while SHIP was under Community Action Agency, but were not completed when the county assumed the role as a county department, administrative duties. To complete and close out these projects that were paused for some months, Mrs. Bankson went ahead and asked Mr. Much to, since he was familiar with these projects, to be the inspector on these particular projects. That list is on that invoice that you have attached to my report. Ms. Bankston, I used the word forgot, but in a rush to try to get the program moving, did not get the short-term agreement in place prior to proceeding with these projects. Mr. Much is price structure is $395 for initial, $300 for midpoint inspections, and $295 for the final inspection. If the board approves these and future inspection payments to close out these specific projects listed on the invoice, the motion should include an authorization for Attorney Schuler to create an agreement if deemed necessary. I don't think it will, but I'd like to leave that option in there so I don't have to come back to the board again. Ms. Bankson will present an agreement at a future meeting with a local inspector for all future projects.
I have a couple of questions, Mr. Morone.
Yes,
Ms.
sir.
Bankston, how many projects is it?
It's on that invoice, if I could pull it up on my attachments, Commissioner.
I think it's at 5.
Okay, and I'm not trying to be any way, but I got a follow-up question. If we're doing it because he's associated with the projects, why is there a fee for an initial inspection?
Because all inspectors, the inspectors is an outside fee
Right.
for that. So even when you get a new inspector, you'll be paying him separate for those inspections, if I understood your question.
No, what I'm saying is if we're doing it because he's familiar with the projects, how's it not made it past an initial inspection yet?
Oh, because the file was open and they started to gather information, but they didn't start the process of the
That's
inspections?
what I need to know.
Okay,
Okay,
I'm sorry. I see
just
what
want
you're
to know
asking
what we're
now.
doing.
Yes, I
Yeah,
got
it's all
you.
good.
Yes.
All right, I'm good. That was the only questions I had.
Commissioner, well, unfortunately, Commissioner Amison, when he first got on, he had one of those cases. That lady was calling him from day one about it once we took it over.
Yeah. Okay.
And she's all taken care of too, Commissioner Amos.
Oh, I know.
So, yeah, I have no
Even though
problem with
if it
those. Are
wasn't.
just the two questions I had.
Yes,
Anyone
sir.
else have any questions? All right, what's the pleasure of the board?
So move.
Second.
We have a
With
motion to
question.
approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Crew. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Ms.
I have
Courtney,
one more thing about SHIP.
what's up?
So I just wanted to let the public know that I did put an announcement on the county website that we have had an incredible response to the SHIP program, and we have had a high volume of applications, so processing times take a little longer. So far, I just wanted to give y'all a count. I have received 65 applications.
That's good.
So that is what I'm currently going through right now. I'm trying to get them separated by what they've requested, and put the, Michael, what is the word? The older,
I'm sorry?
Prioritize.
prioritize the elderly.
Yes.
They have to be processed first, so.
You mean like what they call, not special needs, that's not a term, but they have a set that we have to address first.
Right,
you know,
prioritization,
yeah,
yes.
to give special priority to. We can use that
Correct.
term.
So
It's not a right
I'm in
term.
process of like getting all those separated first and then going through each application, because that's the only way I'm going to be able to keep a level head. If not, it's just going to drive me crazy. So I just wanted to let the public know that I am working on their applications. It's just taking me a while to get through 65 by myself.
Okay. Well, Ms. Courtney, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but after today, you probably haven't seen nothing yet.
I know.
I told her it's going to get worse before it gets better. I'll let the board know to that extent. I am volunteering, drafting. I'm not sure what's the right term, but I'm going to be using someone from the building department to assist her with the file management, which will make it go a lot smoother. So basically, my plan is to have Tina, which you all know Tina. Tina is very familiar with file management. She's going to go through the files, contact the applicant, say, hey, we need all this stuff. So by the time Courtney gets the file, she's looking at a completed file to start the process to review. That should speed things up a bit. That's my plan, at least, right now.
Good.
Anything that we can do to help Courtney move ahead on this, we need to do it.
Okay.
Do I have anything else for Ms. Courtney?
I do, Mr. Chairman, a
All right.
couple things. Courtney, just so to follow up with you on our issue over on Ridge, I contacted, Stacy did respond. She told me to call this Mr. Bonds out of Tallahassee. I've called and left a message. I've yet to hear back. I do plan on trying to call him back today. I called him while I was down at the conference. But moving forward with these SHIP program and these applications and these builds, it's like I told Courtney, we need to make sure that we have a policy in place that we need to understand that when once this happens, we need to basically, after everything's done, it's up to the owner's responsibility to maintain and keep up, and whatever warranty is in place, they need to make sure they make contact. I know the county sometimes, we have, and I told Courtney to also keep these files because, they're asking for serial numbers and they're asking for warranties, and so we're trying to, basically what we're trying to do right now is trying to get people to rectify an air conditioner issue from a SHIP, is it SHIP house? It was a SHIP home, right?
It was a
East Point Firehouse.
East Point Firehouse.
So, I want to make sure that moving forward, we have everything in place, when we have these issues, that we know who to contact, or the homeowner needs to contact, and take the county out of it altogether, because although I know I've tried to help anybody I can, it's just, trying to get a hold of these people has been a pain in the butt. So, and I don't want our citizens to be disserviced like that. It's not right. So, but anyway, and another thing, and I don't know if I should put this under Michael's report, but down south, the conferences, we need, the Innovation and Policy Conference, registration is open. I don't know what commissioners are going. I was not planning on going. I do want to stay active, but I kind of have to go now. So I don't know who commissioners are going down there, but I just want to, if you can, add my name to the list and go ahead and register us for the conference that's in Gainesville. I think it's,
Okay, the Innovation Conference?
Yeah, September. I
Yep,
sent you the
September
dates.
17th and 18th is the Innovation Conference in Gainesville. And then you have the Legislative Conference, which is November 19th through 21st in Tampa.
Yeah, I plan on going to both of those.
Yeah,
Okay.
I do as well.
The next one in September's in Gainesville.
Gainesville,
And then the next one's in Tampa, and that's in
I'm
November.
going to the one in Tampa,
Okay.
Okay.
if it don't mess up with my hunt.
I'll follow up with an email and kind of send you guys the dates, and then you could just respond back and tell me which ones you
Yeah,
want to
thank you.
attend.
So-
And then I can get you registered today.
Yep, sounds good.
Yeah, so commissioners know that this is exactly what Commissioner Kroon was asking about here a couple of meetings ago, to figure out who's attending, who'll be here, so we can decide if we're going to change the meeting date if too many people are attending, or can we have a meeting and those that are out of town attend by Zoom? You know, because the quorum has to be at least 3. You can't have less than 3 at a meeting, and the others
Well,
could
I
attend
know
by Zoom.
I'm not going to Gainesville, but
Yeah.
I am going to
So,
Tampa.
as soon as you guys make a decision, let Courtney know, I'll get with her and I can figure that out and then come back to you whether we need to move the meeting date or not based on who's going.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
All right,
Sounds
thank
good.
y'all.
Thanks, Courtney.
Anything else from
Problem.
Ms. Bankston?
But commissioners,
Keep up the good work.
myself and Michael handled this county pretty good while you and the attorney was gone.
Don't say that.
I'm playing. I didn't have nothing. I was home.
Thank you, Ms. Courtney. We appreciate your help. Keep up the good work. I think we got SHIP going in the right direction.
I think so too. I'm proud of that.
Totally think so.
All right. Ms. Erin Griffith?
All right, commissioners, we actually have 2 openings today. I'm going to start with the first one. The county is opening responses for communications consultants to develop the design criteria and specifications for the Franklin County First Responder Communications Project as funded through Triumph Gulf Coast. In determining whether a respondent is qualified, the county will consider such factors as the qualifications of the professional personnel, understanding of project concepts and goals, willingness to meet time requirements, recent, current, and projected workloads of the firms, and work experience with other projects and agencies completing similar public safety communications projects and/or addressing similar issues experienced in Franklin County. The firm selected by the county will advise the county on the development and implementation of a new countywide first responder communication system for use by the Franklin County EMS and volunteer fire departments, Franklin County Sheriff's Office, Franklin County Road Department, Franklin County School Board, Weems Memorial Hospital, Carabel Police Department, City of Apalachicola Police Department, and all others as further described in the county's application for funds and grant award agreement with Triumph Gulf Coast Project number 333.
Everybody. Everybody.
Correct.
Everybody. All right, so.
Okay, and the first one today that we are opening is from Omnicon Consulting Group, and they are located in Tallahassee, Florida. Again, Omnicon Consulting Group Incorporated in Tallahassee, Florida. And this is just simply a response for requests for qualifications. So we will actually be releasing these to a review committee, and I'll actually list the review committee out for you all in just a minute.
Okay.
This next one is Tusa Consulting Services 2 LLC. Again, Tusa Consulting Services 2 LLC from Liberty, Missouri.
Missouri? Is that what you said?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Let's see this one. This one is Mission Critical Partners, located in Port Matilda, Pennsylvania. Again, Mission Critical Partners. And this last one is Tectonic Engineering Consultants and Geologists and Land Surveyors, DRC Incorporated, from Bradenton, Florida. Again, Tectonic Engineering Consultants, Geologists and Land Surveyors, DPC Incorporated, Bradenton, Florida. Okay, Commissioners, and the action item requested is board action to release the responses to the 7-member Ranking and Review Committee to be comprised of Sheriff A.J. Smith or a designee from his department, a designee from the City of Apalachicola Police or Fire Department, a designee from the City of Carabel Police or Fire Department, one designee from the Franklin County School Board, one designee from the Franklin County Volunteer Firefighter Association, and County EMS Consultant Richard Lewis and County Coordinator Michael Morone.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to turn this over to that committee.
All right, so we have a motion by Commissioner Sanders, recognizing this committee and turning this over to them for their review and recommendation. And we have a second from Commissioner Amison. Any other discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
And
All right, do we
Commissioner-
get the rest of the money now? It don't work that way, does it?
Yeah. And one item to note too, I do want to extend appreciation for, Richard Lewis for him to agree to be on the ranking committee. That's kind of outside of his purview as far as what we've contracted with him to do. However, he does have experience because Wakulla County just went through the upgrade for their communication system, so it would be good to actually have that experience in the ranking committee.
Yep, that's right. Good.
The next is an invitation to bid. We are opening responses today for the siding repairs and renovations to the Franklin County Health Department in Apalachicola. The work includes the siding demolition, insulation, vapor retarders, fiber cement trim, sheet metal flashing and trim, joint sealants, painting, etc., and necessary repairs needed to replace the damaged, deteriorated pressboard style siding on the Apalachicola Health Department with fiber cement siding. Also included in the bid proposals is actually a square footage price for some rot repair work, because if you all have seen that building recently,
Yes.
I'm positive we will have some.
Yes.
So board action to release the bids for review and recommendation to the project architect Doug Schuler of BFBS Architects after we open. So,
Okay.
see. And the first one today we're going to open is MKM Quality Construction, located in Mexico Beach, Florida. Again, MKM Quality Construction from Mexico Beach. The base bid is $282,569. $282,569. And let me make sure her bid bond is. Bid bond is included.
Miss Aaron, are they just doing a certain section of this wall, or are they doing all of the exterior wall?
They are doing the entire health department building.
Okay. That makes more
Thank
sense.
you. I was about to say, I was looking at
Yeah,
it.
it does.
Okay, this next one is Monolith Construction of the Panhandle LLC. Monolith is located in Port St. Joe. Their base bid amount is $151,000. Again, $151,000 from Monolith of Port St. Joe, Florida.
I like them even numbers.
Oh, bid bond, yes. I was pleased by the price, that's why I just got loud.
Yes, they could have a bond, though.
They do have a bond.
Good.
You know how much money back? She's consistent.
Yes,
She is.
yes.
Okay, this next one is Geoflora Group LLC from Apalachicola, Florida. Again, Geoflora Group LLC from Apalachicola, Florida. $291,600. $291,600. Again, that was from Geoflora Group of Apalachicola. Oh, yeah.
They really should put a cover sheet on all of these.
Yeah.
You should.
And then index.
Yeah, the architects, you know, they'll, oh, there we are. Yep, bid bond is included. Okay, and this last one is Oliver Sperry Renovation and Construction from Tallahassee, Florida. Again, Oliver Sperry Renovation and Construction from Tallahassee. Their bid bond is included. Can't flip through this thing fast enough.
Really?
Yeah. Where's, yeah, where's their amount here? Which they did have 2 envelopes, didn't they?
Original bidding, the one I opened said original.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, they both say the same thing.
Hmm.
Oh, you didn't see that.
Oh, here we are. 141,900. 141,900 for Oliver Sperry Renovation and Construction in Tallahassee.
So they all talking about doing the same thing? I guess that's what the review committee will find out, huh?
Yeah, the
I mean, one's
architects.
half the price of the other one. Okay. Sounds good.
Definitely different amounts there.
So we just need a motion from the board to turn it over to this review committee.
Correct, yep, which would be Doug Schuler of BFBS Architects.
All right. So we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ward. Any additional discussion, commissioners? All right, seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous, 5-0.
Mr. Chairman, a couple good things, commissioners, is that number one, what you guys had started a few years ago about putting our bids online and encouraging people to sign up, that's working out because we're getting more and more bids.
Yes.
I know construction's slowing down in certain parts of the country, so it helps, but that whole plan that you guys wanted to put in place is finally starting to pay off here. So
Yeah.
you're getting more and more firms bidding for your projects. And,
Yeah.
you know, we get more emails asking about them too.
Yeah. All right, so, Ms. Aaron, we have 6 action items, correct?
That's correct.
Commissioners, do y'all have anything you want to pull, discuss separately, or are you good with voting through items 1 through 6 all at the same time? All right, if nobody has anything they want to pull, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Sheriff, Mr. Chairman, I
Yes.
was reading Sheriff. Can I pull out 6, action item number 6,
Yep,
please?
all right. So what's the pleasure of the board, items 1 through 5?
So moved.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Crew,
Second.
second by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That is unanimous, 5-0. Ms. Aaron, let's please discuss number 6.
Okay, Commissioners. Number 6, the Sheriff's Department has submitted a $4,613.86 funding request for a fire hydrant to be installed on the north side of the jail, and a $79,942.02 funding request for their current vendor Redwire to finish the upgrades to the CCTV system at the jail. The camera upgrade will eliminate the 2-platform system that the jail has been running on for quite some time now, and there are funds available in the jail repairs line item in the current budget to fund these 2 improvements. The board action to approve and authorize the chairman to sign the attached quotes from Lewis Smith Supply and Redwire.
Mr. Chairman, I did call Aaron about this yesterday because I had a question. And I know we talked about fire hydrants earlier in the meeting, but I was always under the impression that if a fire hydrant was to be installed, it was up to the water company to do so, correct? But then Aaron and I discussed it, and it's because he wants it on his property
Yes,
and not like in the normal right-of-way.
Yes.
Like most hydrants are. So that's why we're having to come up with the money from the jail fund to pay for this hydrant. I just want the public to be aware of that, because when I saw it, that's the first thing that came to my mind.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of that, why we're having to pay for the fire hydrant.
yes. So you bring up a valid point, too, that I forgot to mention earlier. in doing the other things I do. So where hydrants are has to do with Florida statute. No water department is going to go and just put a hydrant because somebody thinks there needs to be another hydrant there. If it's 1,000 feet or 750 feet, linear feet apart, or 1,500 feet, that's what they're going to do. You know what I mean? They're not going to have it in front of every residence. But yeah, this is particularly because he wants it up on the property, not by the edge of the road, you know, and it's almost be like if you were calling and asking Duke Energy to locate another power pole on your property because you have a shed and you want to put a light over it, then you're going to pay for it.
Yeah.
Duke Energy's not going to pay for that.
Right.
Well, Mr. Chairman, what's the purpose of having it on the property? I mean, how far are we talking here? Has anybody?
It's a pretty big
Bill might
compound.
be able to help a little bit.
Yeah, it's actually putting it on the far side of the property because they had actually recently had a boiler inspection.
Yes.
And instead of doing a full fire suppression system upgrade, that was actually one of the items that was suggested was to actually locate a hydrant closer.
So they had a choice, either a hydrant or do the entire fire suppression system, and the hydrant is a cheaper route.
Yeah.
So
Well, they used to actually have a holding container there, but it was getting in a state of disrepair.
Yes.
So they used to actually hold water there for this kind of thing, but, you know, one-time fee with a hydrant, you'll never need it unless you need it, so.
Mr. Chairman, with that, I appreciate you answering my questions. I'll make a motion to approve this.
All right, so we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward,
Second.
second by Commissioner Croom. Any additional discussion? All right, seeing none, all in favor? Any opposed? That's a 5-0 vote. Ms. Aaron, you have some updates for us?
I do, yep. Okay, for board information, Lanark EMS, we have planned a groundbreaking ceremony followed by an open house for the St. James Lanark Volunteer Fire Department. And that has been scheduled for Friday, July 11th at 10:30 a.m. The announcement is the last page of this report. We do hope to see all of you there. I'm very excited about this project.
Everybody's excited about it, and I'm telling you, I'm getting phone calls about it. It's tickle.
And the RFP for design services for the LAP Otter Slide Avenue A sidewalks is currently being advertised. Responses are due and will be opened at your next meeting. The site plan layout being developed for the TDC's East Point Nature Center project with cooperation from ANER and the Coastal Conservation Group, Coastal Conservation Corps is actually in development. We also, the West Fishing Pier repairs at Buddy Ward Seafood Landing Park are underway. And actually for my next item, which you will see on my report, the Restore SGI Stormwater Project, I was doing this report on Sunday, and actually late Monday afternoon, we finally received the notice to proceed from the U.S. Treasury.
Woohoo.
Yes. That's
6
been
years later.
quite the feat.
How many centuries?
6 years.
Yeah. Yeah, and with that being said, I know there was some concern from the public about the county actually starting the intensive portions of the project during the busy summer season. That is not the case. We've actually talked with the contractors. There's a lot of utility location work that has to happen leading up to some of the intensive work, and there's actually some areas that they can focus on that are, per se, not really on some of the direct thoroughfares. So the most intensive parts of the project will not begin until after September 15th. So there should not be much disruption until then. And then the Restore Countywide Dune Project, the county is still awaiting the notice to proceed from the U.S. Treasury, in which Attorney Schuler had prepared, some additional attorney opinions for us. We did submit that, and it's being reviewed by their counsel. So hopefully we'll have that one shortly, as soon as it makes it up and down the chain of command. We also, actually yesterday, we actually received a notice as well that the legislative line item funding request for the East Point Volunteer Fire Department fire truck survived the veto process. And the fire marshal's office is providing...
I sent you the letter.
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
yep, providing a grant for $577,440 to purchase that truck. I've already reached out to the Fire Chief George Pruitt, and I actually have the vendor contact, so we'll be working with him to actually bring a purchase order back to you all for approval for that truck.
It's kind of wild that the governor signed it, and we got the letter from the fire marshal's office on the same day. I was like, oh.
Yes, they ready to roll with that one.
Yeah, they had those actually queued up. A lot of them we won't see for a while.
I'd say somebody's in coordination with each
Yeah,
other.
that's good, though.
Yeah. Yeah, and actually, the District 2 striping project is complete. District 3 is almost complete. And then also the change order, which was approved for the Ridge Road striping, was also completed as well. So that's all I have for you all at the moment.
And Miss Erin, didn't we do a website that has all our projects listed on the website anyway?
We do.
So people can look at them and find the updates or where we're at?
Yeah,
or
we do.
Like, especially like what Ms. Perriman was asking about this morning.
Yeah.
You can see the status of it.
Yeah, unfortunately, with the St. George Island boat ramp breakwater project, there hasn't been a whole lot of status updates to post because we're just in the queue for our permits. So.
Right.
That's what's frustrating, is having to wait. For the
So while we're under your report, I want to share something with the board. So we had the legislative appropriation request that was approved for East Point for a fire truck. That's the second fire truck in the last couple of years. That's pretty good. And the people of East Point are very grateful for it, I assure you. And then there was money included for the bear resistant trash cans. The third thing that was really big for us that we actually have been asking about and having worked really hard in other years seemed to kind of just go smoothly this year and got approved was when the governor signed the budget. This is the update on the language for the TDC statute. In a county fiscal year immediately preceding the fiscal year in which tax revenues were initially used for such purposes, at least 10 million in tourist development tax revenue was received. That's the way it used to be. Or, and this benefits about 5 or 6 of us counties, the county is a fiscally constrained county as described in Statute 218, located adjacent to the Gulf of America or the Atlantic Ocean. So now we still have process we have to follow with our TDC money, but we're not hindered like we were before to 10% for beach park facilities and other things. It still has to go through the board review, TDC board review, this board review. There's a 70-30 split on the money, but it's a lot freer.
A lot better.
Good.
Yes.
I'm telling you, we're gonna be able to get my pickleball.
Well, that was something that Mr. LaFace from Capital City sent me in the middle of sessions. He said, "Look what the House just offered up," and he sent me a screenshot of it. Well, even with all the other discussion they had going on with TDC or TDT money, and they were talking about doing an offset for taxes and all this stuff, that language stayed in there. So when it got signed, that is now changed.
And it is so good because it would take us forever to earn $10 million.
We'd never do 10 million.
We never do.
Never.
We never do.
No.
So I'm so glad, and it's like you said, that helps 5 or 6 small counties.
Yeah, it does.
That have TDCs but don't meet that $10 million threshold.
That's right.
So now we can do for local parks.
Yes.
And pickleballs and stuff. I'm
Vrooming.
You can do a lot more stuff. Yes. You can do a lot more stuff. Yeah, that's true.
And
10 million threshold, we had been about 9.7% on that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can I ask Aaron a question?
Yep.
I didn't attend the last meeting. Is there any updates on the straightening up of Alligator Drive up at the old firehouse? and all
We
that?
actually have that actually under contract with Dewberry for design right now.
Okay, you got the design, so we need to move
Yep.
forward on that. Okay.
Yeah, and one thing too as well, Commissioners, with the change in statutory language for the TDC sales tax, we'll also have to go through the process of amending our spending plan
Yes.
as we did last year
Yes.
with the 10% for the law enforcement EMS, so. So
Now
we
we
will
can-
go through that process, and there's also a few little threshold items that also have to be met before Section 6 can be implemented
That's right.
for projects.
But doesn't that now open us up for design as well, though?
It does, yes.
Yes.
The 70-30 split, there's a funding requirement where the county would still have to come up with a 30% match for those
Yes.
type of projects that are eligible for Section 6 expenditures. And then also you would have to have a study done to prove that it was actually tourism-related
Yes.
and positive impact. And there may be one other parameter, but I can't remember what it is at the moment. Yeah.
All right,
That's why
thank
we
you,
write
Ms. Erin.
these things down.
There you go. Thank you, Ms. Erin. Anyone else have anything for Ms. Erin before we move on? All right, Mr. Morone, we're up to you.
All right, Commissioner, so action item, I have 2 action items left, 1 and 2. If you have any questions, let me know. I will add that the reason I did not add an action item for the St. George Island parade that's coming up is because the chairman and the sheriff's department was hands-on on determining that route this year to make sure we don't have any mishaps like we've had in the years past about traffic on the bridge. that
Yes.
unfortunate situation that happened last year. So the sheriff and the chairman are fully aware of the route that they're going to use this year. That's why it's not on my report. So, but I don't know if the board just wants to approve both items as one, unless you have a question.
What's the pleasure of the board? You want to do both at one time, or do y'all want to discuss them? All right. Pleasure of the board.
So moved.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Crew,
Second.
second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That is unanimous.
All right, moving on to the next page to the very bottom, because we've dealt with all the other items. Item 5, the board is aware county staff and Department of Health staff, we've been working on an agreement that would allow Ms. Gwendolyn Sissy Smith, she's a DOH employee, she's also a certified code enforcement officer, to serve as the county's code enforcement officer. As per my request, Mr. Mark Holcomb of Evergreen Solutions provided a range based on 6 matches from peer counties with a minimum of $40,830, midpoint of $47,030, and a maximum of $56,770, which is the average salary of a code enforcement officer as our size county. Based on this information, along with the county's code enforcement line item budget, Ms. Smith, DOH, have agreed to a starting salary of $42,500. A salary of $42,500, and this is what a lot of people miss, commissioners, plus $31,187 worth of associated benefits is a total cost of $73,678. Of that, DOH will pay $29,254, which is basically half of her current salary. However, the county portion is $44,424. Everybody asks why. The difference is due to the county's request to utilize Ms. Smith more hours per week and the scope of her responsibilities doing as the county's code enforcement officer. After today's discussion, the board agrees to this proposal. I ask that you request that Mrs. Erin Griffith that she include this funding for this partnership in the upcoming budget.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yep.
And this just came to my attention, otherwise I would have contacted you yesterday about it. Is being that she's splitting her, and I'm all for this, by all means. I don't have any issue at all. But being that she's not going to be full-time, do we have to pay benefits?
Well, she's full-time as a DOH employee. The agreement between us, she will maintain her status as a DOH employee, so that the increase to her salary causes increase to her benefits. And they're saying they're paying the half that they pay her as a current salary. We're the one that's asking for the increase to cover more days per week working for the county and the scope as being a code enforcement officer versus what she does for the health department.
So it's not
at the
like
moment.
she's going to be county benefits, it's
Yeah,
more,
it's
we're
it's
paying
state
for her
benefits. We're paying
from
for the state benefits,
Okay.
yes.
I'm fine with that.
Because the board wanted to keep her, well, in the past, the board has said they wanted to keep her as DOH for a number of reasons. One being, as a state employee, she actually has a little bit more authority when it comes to, believe it or not, environmental or code enforcement than a county code enforcement officer will have.
I
So
agree.
that was one of the reasons behind it.
Yeah, and I'm going to motion to approve this.
So what you're approving is directing Erin to put it on the budget. Once the budget is approved, then I'm going to have to come back and ask Attorney Schuler to assist me, because I want a memorandum of understanding between us and the state, trust but verify type of deal. So, yeah, But that's after the board approves the budget, because I don't know what's going to happen between.
So this wouldn't change until September or October?
Yes, this will be in effect October 1. Yes. She'll continue the current role right now, which is very minimum as she does. She'll go with Courtney in certain spots.
Okay.
But then October 1, it'll change the whole dynamic of it, where
Okay.
she'll be with us a certain amount of days a week, more so than she is with the state.
Okay.
And Commissioners, I will tell you, we've had 2 code enforcement hearings. I've worked closely with her in preparation, and then the attendance and testimony at both of those code enforcement hearings. She's really good. She's been a credit to the county, and very, very helpful and persuasive in getting things done before they get to the enforcement stage. So, to the extent it makes any difference, I think she's done a really good job representing the county, even in this limited capacity.
Yeah. And Mr. Chairman, I've been out in the field with her and Courtney, and it's all about how you approach a situation and talk to an individual. And she's got a lot of respect because she's well known in the community, but it's just about her tact and how she approaches the situation. I believe that she is the reason why she's so successful in getting these code enforcement complaints to be resolved fairly quickly. I mean, they give them a 30-day thing or 30-day deadline, and she said, Jessica, within a couple days, they're out there starting to work, trying to prove it. So I think it's a great thing to do. So,
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Michael.
Sir?
Average, how many hours or days per week she put in? You know?
Right now?
Yes.
That's kind of hard to say because it's really mixed, Commissioner, to be very honest with you. Because sometimes
as needed.
Yeah, kind of as needed. And if I don't know if I should say this publicly, but if she goes out on a DOH inspection or something and she sees something, she'll call Courtney and then they'll schedule, doing something. So yeah, it's kind of hard to say right now. But if this goes into effect, Commissioner, I will, in our agreement, we'll have set days and times that she'll be working for the county.
I agree. She's, I haven't said any testimony, but going out, being with them, she was very active, know how to talk to the people. She's from here, and I think we're moving in the right direction with code enforcement.
And I will say she and Courtney make a great team.
Don't they?
They make a great.
So did we have a motion to approve?
Second.
Do we have a motion and a second?
Yeah, I motion to approve.
I thought it was you, but I couldn't remember the second. You did say, okay. I just wanted to make sure I didn't want to call for a vote with no motions. That would not be good.
That'd be a lot of fun.
So we do have a motion by Commissioner Ward. It was seconded by Commissioner Amison. Do we have any more discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's a unanimous vote, 5-0.
Commissioners, everything else is basically informational item. I know Commissioner Kroom is staying on top of this transportation disadvantage situation, working with them, making sure Big Bend Trust is there. Mr. Walker, I see he's in the back. Glasses on. Yeah, he's in the back, and he's assisting them with parking space, and hopefully a small, as they ask us for, a small closet office that they could just put a phone in and store the keys for the equipment and stuff like that. Commissioner Kroom and I are pretty much staying on top of this deal, so there was no gap in service. You got the Army project update, and the next meeting is on the 16th, Commissioners.
All right, anyone have anything for Mr. Morrow?
I do. I guess it'd be between Marone and Aaron, but I was visiting a couple of departments, and the question that I had was, or I guess does the department heads have like evaluations for employees?
No, not yet. That's something that Evergreen is working on.
And that was the next thing. I seen Evergreen on here.
Yes.
So it's termination of merit raises or all of that stuff will fall under evaluation.
Yes. So a couple of things they're working on a system, and they actually have a database that, I guess we have to pay for, but they want to train the directors on how to do evaluations, how to upload the information, so that you'll have a database, Commissioners, of how your directors or their supervisors evaluated any of your employees. Then they're going to recommend to this board how much you give for a person that has a high score, evaluation. That will be outside of any cost of living increase that the board proposes during the budget. And I know you guys wanted to incorporate the cost of living into the budget, so it's not a battle at the end of every budget, workshop to get that done. So yes, they are working on that for us, sir. And
not just for strictly for Evergreen or a monetary reason, just performance.
Yes.
Performance improvement.
Yes. Yes. Somebody does good, you want to reward them. If they do bad, that's the way you deal with somebody that's also consistently not performing as the way they should.
That's correct.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When will this come before us?
I will have let me double check with Mark, because right now he is working on the EMS situation, which we have made that a priority right now, because that we need to get done sooner rather than later, sir. But I'll double check with Mark. I'm gonna make a note right now, and I'll get back to the board on that.
Having the budget, discuss it during budget time. Or
probably would be good, wouldn't it? Yes, I will.
Okay. Need to have it.
That's all.
Okay.
Anyone else? You good, Michael?
Yes, I am. I'm making a note for Commissioner
Okay.
Groom's thing. Thank you.
No problem. Attorney Schuler, we're up to you.
Hi, Commissioners. I only have one action item for your consideration. This is another step in the process of the land swap that's been proposed by Duke Energy. And it goes back to the issue of, I think we need to have a written approval from Duke Energy for the road construction for ingress and egress of the parcels before we swap. We had a phone conference, I guess it was the first week of June, and they made clear that they, needed some type of a road standard. I had offered at that time to, engage the county engineer to do so. They expressed some concerns about timing, so I sent them the subdivision road standard to review to see if they would approve that to save time and money. Got word yesterday afternoon that they will not accept that. They are requiring fully engineered plans for the construction of a road for ingress and egress, which is their standard. I mean, they're not picking on Franklin County. This is just they're a huge battleship of a corporation.
Yep.
And apparently they have all these different departments. So I think they're just checking off the boxes following their corporate governance. So my request this morning is board approval to request a cost and time estimate from the county engineer to engineer a road for ingress and egress to the proposed swap property, so we then can submit that to Duke Energy if the board approves the cost and estimate.
Okay.
So moved.
All right, so we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison,
Second.
second by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's a 5-0 vote.
The remainder of my report are information items regarding upcoming public hearings, so unless the board has any questions for me regarding those, that would conclude my report.
Okay. Anyone have any questions for Attorney Schuler?
I do.
All right.
Just for board knowledge, I want y'all to know what I asked Attorney Schuler to do, so I always like to keep them up. The Phoenix station out there at Lanark, Lanark Phoenix station, they have a boat ramp in the back that they allow people to go in and out with their boats and stuff, and they charge a certain amount to the boat club and all that. Well, there's kind of a problem now with some parking in between, and that is a county right-of-way that goes all the way into the water at Spring Street to the south side. And now there's a problem with people parking in a position on that right-of-way to where the people can't pull up and back their boat in or pull down and get the boat out. So they need a certain part of it designated as no parking, so it'll be open and free all the time for people to put their boats in and out of there. So I've asked Mr. Schuler to look at it and get back with us. But I always like the board to know what I'm doing.
Well, the part of their parking in, is it just right away or is it an actual parking lot?
No, it's just
Just right away?
A road right of way, yeah. It's a road right
Yeah,
of way.
they probably shouldn't be parking that way.
But like I said, if they get in there and park all along it, then the people that's trying to use the boat ramp to get the boat off and on, this is July 1st started college season, them boats is coming in out of there.
Yep, they are.
So I just want you to be aware that that's what I've asked Attorney Schuler to look at, that if we could designate a certain area of that and just put no parking to where they can pull in and out of there.
So
They don't park there anyway, but they want it say no park.
Okay. Anyone else have anything for Attorney Schuler?
All I want to do is put 2 signs there.
Mr. Chairman, I do. Just real quick, and this is something that we've talked about before. So, talking about policy, we pushed to enact the change under the Florida statute for the TDC, us on behalf of other entities.
Yes.
But we talked in the past before, and it was brought up at our conference down south about how Franklin County has unrealized revenue. It's not really as unrealized, we got that 1% threshold that it's 2% total, but it's all taken with our small county surtax at the hospital, right?
Yep.
So I'd like to, as long as the board is okay, now that we're going to our policy discussions with FAC coming up in November, that's what these conferences are for.
Yep.
I would like to, as long as the board's okay, I know we asked for it before, but it was declined, not by this board, but just in general, through FAC policies. Can we move forward to try to enact policy change from the legislative level to get that additional percentage so that we can have for our county for infrastructure like roads, bridges, paving of roads, things like that. Is that something that
Yeah, we
this
can do
board
that.
would like to try to tackle?
Yeah, because we've done that before, so the House and the Senate would have to approve it, is basically where it got stalled last time.
Yep.
But yeah, so there are 3.5 cents available to the county, but because of the way we've done so far, they're saying we can only use the 1 cent we have. We can't use any of the other 2.5, which is, I don't understand all that.
It's
Why do
like
we have to
three-
go to state asking to use our own money? Yes.
Well,
Get me started.
what's frustrating is they limit us. They say we have all this unrealized revenue, and it's millions of dollars, but then we go and try to get it, and they won't let us because it's all taken up in the small county surtax.
Yes.
And that's not right.
Yeah,
Why
so-
can't we use the other two? What we need, what we
Yeah,
want.
so Commissioner, I already have that language, because again, we submitted a couple of years
Right.
ago with that. Yes, let's do that.
Let's do that.
Let's submit it again.
And I don't know, I need to contact FACT to see when the policy, Attorney Schuler and I were talking about another policy that we might want to be working on, but I need to.
Already working on it.
Good. We need to figure out what when the deadline is so we can get these policies.
It actually opens on the 15th of this month.
15th.
I don't know when it ends, but it opens up pretty quickly, because the session's gonna be earlier this coming year.
It is, and
A lot
legislative
earlier.
day is in January instead of
Yes,
March.
yes.
Yeah.
A lot earlier.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I would lot rather to use that 1 cent if we could, than go for roads or whatever, for infrastructure, than go out on a bond. This board has never bonded anything that I can ever remember in my lifetime.
Yeah.
So I'd lot rather use it from a surtax that, coming from the people to start with. So, anyway.
Yep,
Thank you, that's all.
no problem.
Appreciate it.
All right. So Attorney Shaw, I guess if you would, between us, we will talk with you about that possibility and bring it back at a future meeting. We can vote to actually submit it to FACT. Probably the best way to do it.
We can do both of them at the same time?
Yes.
Yep, yep.
Yeah.
Anyone
'Cause it'll
else have anything for Attorney Schuler? All right, let's take a 5-minute recess and we'll come finish up.
So when will that go under?
Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now back in session. Up next is going to be Mr. Bill Williams, Team Franklin update.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Counselor, Michael, Madam Clerk. Basically wanted to bring you an update on first behalf of the Sheriff, A.J. Tony Smith, and then my role as a liaison to the Team Franklin Board, and get sort of an update on where we're trying to go, how we're going. I've told all of you basically we're trying to build a forest with no trees at this particular point. We don't have any money, but we're building the parts to the car, so hopefully we can be able to move. So I had a couple of action items, but I wanted to give you an update in general first. If you look in the back of the packet that I just gave you, this was noticed and I want to tell Michael again, his staff has been wonderful about letting us utilize public advertising with your group. This was noticed and published and then voted on by the Team Franklin Board on the 20th. As you know, we set up our structure under Chapter 163 under Florida statute that allowed us to become an interlocal agreement, almost a quasi-form of government through your auspices and through the authority of the 6 different entities that are on that board. That was ratified and codified by our board. Then we moved forward under Chapter 255.065, particularly the public-private partnership component so that we could go. We really wanted to take advantage of the Florida legislature's movement of that statute to be able to look at what we could do with the private enterprise. So where we are to date, this policy, I think most of you are aware, but for the public's edification too, we basically have the ability under that statute to have regular RFP type outlay, and we can also take unsolicited RFPs in that process. So the Team Franklin Board built a unsolicited RFP policy that was advertised, like I mentioned, and then voted on by our board. I wanted to bring it to your attention. Our goal, I'm working with the school board member in Zeta right now. Our goal is to have the regular RFP with the school board project. And let me pause there for a second, make sure you understand first step. First step of this, only one of our 6 entities has any funding. It's the school board. The school board has $2 million that was from Hurricane Michael to redo the bus barn that they have. So that's going to be our first project that's going on the ground first. But with that, we're looking to additionally tie in at least 4 homes that will be into that RFP. But that's where the public-private sector process comes in, because we don't have that money. The school board doesn't have it. But we're hoping to catch a contractor's attention that looks at as a solid project across the board. So within the next 30 to 45 days, we will have an RFP. Our board is not meeting again until August. In that August meeting, we hope to have that RFP approved so that we can come in. And then we have the unsolicited RFP that we want to get out, and you guys helping us. If you got Missouri and Nebraska and everybody else coming in with RFPs, we want to make sure that we put that RFP on the street because we're going to need some public-private partners with that. And I wanted to also pause for a second and talk about Commissioner Ward. All of this for the public's knowledge as well. To get 6 governmental entities to work together is an amazing thing. I mean, it really is. It goes back to Ms. Cheryl's point about what this county does and how it takes care of each other. There's one bus with Team Franklin, and I wanted to let you know that. I mean, that is an incredible thing. All 6 entities have been there and doing their jobs greatly. Commissioner Ward has been invaluable. I mean, just perfect for us on that board. She's representing you all very well. I've certainly seen on Facebook with my old days in the Florida Association of Counties, what you guys are doing at the state level and working with your peers. I mean, it's good to see that type of leadership, and that's what's going to be this transformative arm, what we're trying to do here. So I applaud you. I want to certainly let you all know that Commissioner Ward is doing a phenomenal job representing you on our board as it comes in. So I'll pause there and answer any questions, but our first objective is to have that RFP on the streets within the next 45 days, and hopefully we get unsolicited partners that will come in as we come in. And I'll pause there, Mr. Chairman, and ask any questions before I go into any action items.
No, you're good. just for the public's benefit, between the entities that are part, make up that board, how many acres of land roughly?
We
do
have
that
we have
could develop?
approximately close to 150 acres up 65. Each entity actually has some property located within that beyond, but besides the cities.
Yes.
But our goal is to work with. I've met with the city leaders in Carabel. I've also met with the prison and the forestry folks. We will go to those flanks on a different time, but our first focal point is 65 and how we come in. And so all of those partners, but about 150 acres.
Yeah, that's a pretty good.
That's a chunk.
Pretty good acres. And it's good to have the school involved because you also have concurrency issues. So it's good that they're involved with all that, and it's not going to be that's make it more seamless. You know what I mean?
The superintendent's been perfect, and he helped when we wrote this. When we used Oliver Bryant and Miller, the law firm out of Tallahassee, to assist us with that. We put a couple of covenants in there that would allow the 6 entities to work with Team Franklin in projects like this this bus barn. We're actually calling it fleet management, because if this board recalls, we got a verbal commitment from Tallahassee State College that they would come in with a CDL program within that fleet management or bus barn, and that's going to be our first academic footprint. Our goal then is to expand into project management, HVAC, plumbing, different areas to go in. But we can then offer students in Franklin County an opportunity to be trained and educated right here on campus.
Yeah.
So this is much more than just a bus barn. I hate
Yeah,
with that.
no, it
The
is.
superintendent's got a great vision for it. So, and he's willing to work with all of us. Those are the properties coming in. But we're working with now, again, we don't have any funding, but we're looking for some pro bono work on the engineering side that will help us look at, we've got water and sewer right there. That's the great connection. But where the roadway would go in, the superintendent and I went up and looked at the CDL program with Tallahassee State College in Tallahassee.
Yes.
They need a little less than 3 acres that are required with turnaround and the things that they need. So we're logistically now looking at where that would be on the campus and where the homes would be. But we want to put in at least 4 homes in this first go-round. 2 of those would be sold. And if you remember how we started talking about doing, and this still has to be codified by the board,
Yes.
but what we started talking about doing is having those lands stay within the domain of Team Franklin so that they're not lost in perpetuity, but they're tied to basically a long-term rate, of what we can do. So you'll actually own the home, but when you look at the consumer price index, that's one indicator that we're looking at, that we would tie that to the CPI. And if it's a school teacher or a deputy in this first round, they wouldn't get equity as normal in a home, but they know what they would be tied to if they decided to leave in a year or 5 years, and then that's automatically sold back to us. The other 2 units we're looking at renting because we think that's going to be a very important enticement for new students that are coming out of FSU or retirees that want to come in, that they want to basically look at renting or leasing before it comes in. But hopefully we're putting some sticks in the ground soon as we put this together. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Well, I know from the Eastport water and sewer level, the 42 acres we have, we had talked about originally, I think 80 homes and 40 rental units. So 80 homes that could be sold, and then 40 rental units for month-to-month rentals.
Absolutely.
Not for week-to-week rentals and that kind of stuff, but something that would give some stability for the housing for our workforce.
And that's how we're going to look at feasibility studies going out. Last year when we started working on this, the school board had 15 FTE that were open, and we're unable to fill the majority of those jobs primarily because of housing, and that this will give the school board the opportunity to say, if you come to Franklin County and teach our young folks, this is what we have at the price mark that we have it. So it's a huge recruiting tool for all of us as we come through.
Right. And the crux of all of it, Mr. Williams is going to rely on how we're able to obtain the funds to make the houses affordable to the workforce.
And the cool part too, and again, this is very fluid, so I don't want to mislead the board. We're kind of working without a net right now, but the issue is we heard very clearly that we want to keep the property within the governmental domain.
Yes.
We don't want to affect the tax base. We want to take care of the people that are taking care of us in the process. So that's what we're doing. And those properties, we're working with a deputy right now, one of the sheriff's main goals is to help one of our folks that we know of needs a home,
Yeah.
getting him financed, looking at what we need to do. So there's a coaching component with credit and all the wellness side that we also want to do. But on that property with the school board, we looked at, you could do almost the same thing, close to 80 units. Now, we won't put that many units there, but when we get, we've set up with Team Franklin, not only the board members that you all appointed, but we have multiple groups of subcommittee chairs. We've set up infrastructure, healthcare, academics, et cetera, so that they can be a part of that program as well. And we're looking at what we can do on those other properties, from VA type work to healthcare to assisted living. The hospital's been great with working with us on that. At our meetings, we've had a really good turnout from the state. We actually had a Deputy Secretary of Commerce come in and give us an overview. We've had Appalachia Regional Planning Council. We've had Opportunity Florida. So again, we're putting all of our pieces together so that when we come out of the ground, we actually have our modules to be able to go.
Good. I know that, one more thing I want to say. I know that it wasn't something I talked to him about in the last week, because we've had all different set of discussions, but in previous discussions with Representative Schoaf, he had expressed that maybe the county should put in, or somebody put in a legislative request for like $1 million for some of that horizontal infrastructure.
And one of the things we're going to do with the dollars that you put forward with the legislature, with the school board, you mentioned in some of your earlier discussions with Triumph, we want to use that $2 million to leverage. We are going to go for a Triumph grant and try to do that. When Opportunity Florida and the Rayo folks came in, they said that we really should look at those areas. Triumph really liked the inmate retraining component that would be back on the 7 acres for the sheriff's office. And so we're, again, putting all those pieces together, but we do want to leverage this money up and match it. The cool thing about the sheriff being involved is that funds that normally we don't think about through the Department of Justice, through Homeland Security, particularly like with your EOC and the things that are coming in there for cybersecurity, we can go after grants and dollars that normally you're not doing that, but because you got all 6 groups in the same pot, we're working together. I'm sorry, Commissioner, you had a question?
No, go ahead. What were you going to say?
No, I was waiting.
I was just going to say that, it's been an honor to be on this board as representative to you guys. And I was telling Bill this morning, I get frustrated because everybody knows I want stuff done now. Like, when are we going to get that first house going? But I understand that this is a process like everything else that we do. And I'd rather do it the right way and make sure that it sticks instead of just half-heartedly doing something and it not stick. This is unprecedented. I don't think down south, talking to some of the other commissioners from other counties, this is unheard of. This is like, our little old county is becoming well known because of this type of stuff, and because we all work well together. I think that this is definitely gonna, if it don't work out, it's not gonna be because of lack of trying, I'll tell you that.
I'm gonna tell you right now, the heart and commitment and grit that's been involved with our board has been amazing to watch. I mean, again, we're working, we don't have any funding, we don't have staff. It's everybody doing what they can to put it together. So yeah, it is innovative. It's not gonna tie, like if you think normally affordable housing, you get caught into low-income housing tax credits, you get caught, you can't make too much, you can't take too little, you get into all of that, and it always has a conflict point with your general population. Are you taking this off the tax rolls? We're not going there. What we're trying to do, and I actually have asked Scott Turner, who is the HUD secretary, and he was over Opportunity Florida, the Opportunity Zones, which I'll talk about in a minute, to come here and look at this, because we are being so innovative. We want to go to HUD and say, look, we want to do something different. That if a firefighter or a teacher can work a second job and make good money, giddy up. We want them to be able to have a house, not limit what they can do or not do. We want it to be their home and their community. But we are reaching out to the other parts to the general public. Mayor Brown is going to take me to the TDC meeting. I'm going out to a lot of civics groups. We've talked to the airport authority. to the hospital boards. We're trying to let all the people know what we're doing to get them excited, because we are doing innovative things.
And Mr. Chairman, with that, I know that one of the action items that Mr. Williams is requesting today is basically making the EDC designation under the Team Franklin, but I also want to elaborate and know this board to be aware, the airport is involved in it, because I was concerned that taking that, and Attorney Schuler and I think briefly mentioned this, we were talking last night, but I don't want the airport to, by taking this away and putting it on Team Franklin, take away from the airport. That's not gonna happen. That's not what this is about, and if you can elaborate on that.
Yeah, I went to their board meeting. I've spoken to their members. They've been coming to all of our meetings now. They're stoked about what we're trying to do. And the collegial, I guess, bodies that are trying to put this together, they've asked us to help them. They want me to be at this next meeting they have with some economic opportunity. But with the footprint that you have with Team Franklin, it gives you the ability at stages. I mean, the first, again, goal is up 65. But in stages, and again, Team Franklin and the EDC need to work together, and there's a reason for that point designation, what I'll talk about. We'll move at your speed, what you want us to do, because it's impacting other areas besides what we're doing. But we need to have that designation for funding. I've talked to the Regional Planning Council. They said they think they can get us some money for a new housing study, for economic development, Opportunity Florida. They need one entity to be able to turn to, and that's the main driver that we're coming in today. So the statute that I put in there that relates to that under your authority is 125.045. What I would ask on an action item on that is to ask this board to give us that designation in a contract to be able to do those things with the approval of council as we come in. So if he could write that contract, if you so approve it, that we could move forward and then let those state agencies know that we're on the mark. You know, we've got this, which again, the Chapter 163 is really innovative. We're not a for-profit, we're not a not-for-profit, we're kind of a quasi-government through that innovation of that interlocal agreement. And so we do fall under sunshine, we do fall onto the government sides of things, and that's why we're publishing those. But with that, Mr. Chairman, yes, I'd like to see if you could move forward and have that done for us to make us the EDC point.
Okay, the only question I have about it, we just got to make sure what we're doing. You've answered one of them. So yes, we do have a airport board that is also doing economic development. But I do think it's going to work better as they start to focus more on economic development of the airport and the area around the airport. I think it's asking a little much for the airport board to be involved in economic development across the county. I will say that. The only thing I'm trying to figure out is how we're going to work in what the county's already doing and contracted with Miss Mary Swope. She's working on economic development on our behalf.
I don't want to speak for, certainly for the board or you, but I would think that she would be a great asset for us.
Yes.
Because you're putting money into an actual, paid consultant that could help take our mission and take it to all these areas we're talking about. So I think once they have this approval, the linkage, she becomes our lead person in communicating that to Tallahassee.
That works for me. That's the only question I had. You know what I mean? Just to know how kind of the layers are going to go. Because we definitely need it. We've been needing it for forever. When I first got on this board, Commissioner Sanders, you're the only one that was here. One of the first things I brought up was our need for an economic development council. So.
Well, your work with the Regional Planning Council, and when you look at that comprehensive, or the SEDS report that's done, the strategic side, I'd love to be able to break that down and tie back in. So once we come back, we'll put a strategic plan that ties into the SEDS and come back to y'all to make sure, because when you start looking, for example, if you look at the acreage that you have back on the other side of the school board property, there's so many moving parts. We may need to put that with the Department of Transportation, with the SIS, or the Strategic Intermodal System, where we can look, because we don't have an exit point. If we could get manufacturing, how are you going to move that product up I-10? So we're going to need that person that you talked about, as well as you guys, leading that horse, because there's a lot of moving parts to the economics. The second part, and if you want me to talk about the second part before you take a motion, the second part ties into basically the federal opportunity zones. And that is a huge, huge deal. There's over 8,000 of those nationwide, but they were put into place in President Trump's first term with the 2017 tax side. They're dependent upon what happens now with the Senate and the House and going back before this bill, because opportunity zones sunset December of this year. If that bill is passed, they go back and they'll be in there in perpetuity. And what that means is that, let's say you guys identify the top 3 tiered companies that you want on that industrial area or commercial area in the 57 acres that you have. You identify them. We could then go after businesses on capital gains. It's not taking any money from the tax rolls. It's not doing anything to your local ad valorem. That's money that's already been made by these corporations who are trying to shelter and eventually reduce or save completely. So if a business comes in here from Nebraska or Missouri and puts in that money and stays into that opportunity zone, after 10 years, they could land up paying zero capital gains on the money that they've earned in that zone. So it's a huge deal. I did in your packet and for the public certification, we'll have this on your. It's under the IRS and under HUD. They can look at this so that they understand what an opportunity zone is. But this map shows where it is, and it is East Point basically. It does not include the two cities. It does not include Apalachicola or Carabel. And let me make sure the public understands, y'all didn't make this map. The U.S. Treasury made this map, and with the governor.
Scott approved it.
That's right. The governor and the Treasury made this map back in 2017. And so this map, if a business comes in where these yellow lines are, that would be a qualified opportunity zone. Then we have to set up a qualified opportunity fund, and we do that with the private sector. So that's why I'm asking for that second component for the EDC designation, and if it passes in the federal level, we'll have another tool to be able to recruit businesses that come in under your auspice.
Yeah, well, I'll be honest with you, it helped me last night when I called you to know that you've been having conversations with Caroline from the ARPC. Made me feel a whole lot more comfortable, because I know she knows what she's doing.
Well, and,
You know
and,
what I mean?
and I will
She's
say
good
again,
staff.
that group has been really, they came, first of all, to our meetings.
Yes.
Chris Rito came in. They've brought all the people from Rayo. I mean, it really has been a turnout. They're all excited. I mean, Richard Williams took our model and wants to show other people what we're doing. I think the commissioner's right. They're seeing some innovative things that we're trying to do. So the biggest thing is putting some 2x4s up and some brick on the ground. And thank goodness the school board can get us started with those dollars. And so if we partner with that, you know, we think we can get someone to play with us on the house side. The one thing I did want to say that you might want to go at, in that policy that's attached with this, our board voted to put a $25,000, if you do an unsolicited, if you just do a regular bid that we put out, there's no fees affiliated with that. But if you do an unsolicited RFP, there's a $25,000 fee for that. And the reason for that is that we don't have any funding. We would have to go out and get engineers. We'd have to go out and get lawyers. We would have to get, because you have to show that it's in the public's domain and best interest to be able to move on that project if you so do it. So we would need those funds, and I think we could harvest a lot of your folks by paying your people to do it. You have a lot of those folks on staff, but we may need some outside professionals. But when a local person says, well, an unsolicited bid, number one, what is that? And then what do I have to do with $25,000? I'll be glad to explain to any of your businesses or any of your constituents what that means.
Okay. Just a couple other things. Has there been, I know that you're talking about doing a P3 with a builder, trying to get somebody to build. And we've never done this before, so I'm just asking questions that might have already been asked at y'all's level. Has there been any discussion with a lending institution to try to make them a partner in all this?
Only informal. I spoke to Ms. Bowden at the People's Community Bank, where people started hearing about what we're doing and seeing the interest. I think once they see what we're trying to do and who we're doing it with, because we do want financial partners. We want to be able to say, like today, y'all talked about moving your rates on the SHIP side on where that would come in. We want to be able to go after Hometown Heroes. We want to go after SHIP. We want to go after all of these different lending scenarios that we could take that money down. And with the infrastructure that East Point Water and Sewer can bring, that cost of upfront can also be taken down. So we've had informal communications. I've had informal communications with engineers, with some lending institutions and some contract companies. And so that will happen, but now it's becoming real. People are starting to see that it's actually tangible.
If we ever get the first house built, it'll be there.
Absolutely.
The other question I had was about the Hometown Heroes. I know the board probably knows, but for the sake of the public, describe how that would layer into what we're talking about.
Basically, Florida Housing has set up opportunities if you work in certain domains, such as police, sheriff, school teachers, government type stuff. They'll look at down payment assistance and financing for you, almost like a a VA type assistance comes into it model, where if somebody comes in and we're trying to qualify them, like if you tell me some gentleman or lady from the road department wants to get qualified, we want to case manage them all the way through that and get them to Florida Housing and to Hometown Heroes, because there are several ones like that. And we do want that pilot program from HUD. So you'll see us trying to create traditional programs, and we'll try to go after some innovative new pilot programs.
And does the Hometown Heroes program still provide like $50,000 for down payment assistance?
It does. Up to
That's big.
It's huge.
Yeah.
And you can leverage that up, and that's our target. I mean, we're trying to put deputies, school teachers, public employees, hospital workers in there first as we come in.
And then I know there's also a bigger plan after we kind of get some of those satisfied. It is probably the best way to use it.
Yes.
To extend to other industries in the town.
And I appreciate you bringing that up, because it's important for the public to realize this is not just government taking care of government. It is government working to meet its critical needs first.
Yes.
You know, and when I say first, it doesn't mean like 6 months later, a year later. There may be some simultaneous activity.
There might be.
But the issue is that we've got to take care of that position. So once we start getting our feasibility done, like we did last year with the school board, you tell us from your agency that you need 10 different housing, or you need 22 rental units. That's how we'll master plan that property as it comes in. But particularly, there's some board members that we have, Colton Sapp's one of them. He will make sure that we're taking care of the general public out there as well. So we will open this up to the general public once we have this all in play.
Yeah, because in the day in Franklin County currently, 92% of our employment is either tourism or tourism related. So that's a big deal.
Well, the cool part about this, when you will be arming, you mentioned your EDC consultant or your economic consultant, we'll be arming that individual as well, because now they can go out and say, we have designated areas, we have designated housing, we have designated this. I mean, I can see in the future where you guys designate, say, a number of lots that can be utilized for a new business coming in, and where would those workers go? How would they be trained? We've got that spot taken care of. We've worked with Tallahassee State College. The airport authority has actually talked to me too about some of the work that they have going on with Haney and working with them. So we want to harvest all of those academic opportunities and keep that young talent here, and then also be able to recruit as we come in. That's it. So those would be my 2 action items, if we could, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Anyone else have any questions, or are y'all ready to vote?
Mr. Chairman, real quick, Michael, could you hand this? This is down south, and I spoke to Mr. Williams about this. Down south, they had a model home that was.
Oh yeah,
actually able to do a tour.
It was like what, 450 square feet?
Yeah. So that's a company that was down there that we could once we start.
I'll certainly reach. Excuse me. Certainly reach out to them. I know that this is almost identical to what the sheriff wanted when we first met with Triumph. The step-down unit of reentry and having a place where an inmate could go through rehab, go through their job retraining, et cetera. This would, because he's got 7 acres behind the sheriff's office. That was the sheriff's vision of going back in. So not only for workers, rental units and things of that nature, but traveling students and certainly folks, this is a big deal.
Yeah, that's a really neat little house, and it's stick built. It looks like a lot of work was put into it. So it's not cheaply built. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to, I guess we need to take them separately.
Yes.
So I'll make a motion to request the BOCC designation of Team Franklin as the declared managing entity for Economic Development Council within Franklin County.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion, commissioners? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's a 5-0 vote. All right, what's
the second issue would be point designation of the opportunity zone, if that is passed by the federal government, so that we could begin working on those incentives through the EDC. So to be point contact with the opportunity zone.
Is that tied to what they're, you just have to go by what they're calling stuff, to the big beautiful bill?
Yes, it is.
That passed yesterday. So.
Well, it's still got to go back to the House.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, still got to go back to the House, but.
That's where it is now.
You know, but the scenario is that part of wherever someone's politics are, That is a big deal because they're this part of opportunity zones. And again, you can look on the IRS website, encourage the public to look at it. It was designed to put private capital back into rural areas and distressed areas, and it's been very successful in that process. So if that's passed, we want to be able to take it, make it another part of our toolkit.
All right, sounds good. Pleasure of the board.
So moved.
Have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison,
Second.
second by Commissioner Crew. Any additional discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate y'all's confidence. And again, Commissioner Ward, thank you for your leadership.
Thank
Thank you
you,
for your
thank you
time.
for yours. Thanks,
All right,
guys.
Mr. Walker? Come on down.
Yeah, you're not gonna go nowhere no time soon, 'cause it's raining out there.
It's raining out there, so I guess I'd be staying a little longer. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Well, good afternoon, brother. Glad to see Commissioner Sanders on the road to recovery. David Walker, Williams, CEO. I have a action item, capital outlay fund purchase for you. The hospital board approved a radiometer, which is a blood gas analyzer machine, for purchase for our respiratory department for $6,762. They would like this purchase to be made out of the healthcare trust fund, capital outlay funding. And the reason why we're here for the capital outlay trust fund, traditionally, anytime we've asked to purchase anything out of that fund, we have to get the Board of County Commission approval.
Oh, yeah.
So just let you know that.
Okay.
Just to let you know about the machine that we have an old machine, which is a blood gas machine. Right now, we want to upgrade that to a machine which is an ABL 90, which would be faster, easier to maintain, better for patient care, accuracy, and for regulatory compliance. And just for the public, I can give you an analogy of what this machine would do. And Commissioner Ward, she's an expert in this field. If I mess up, just let me know. When you go to a physician office for a blood test, usually that blood test takes about 3 days to get back. But when you come to the ED, and the doctors really need a blood test right away, to provide the care for you, they use a blood gas instrument, and that instrument can get the results back within really minutes, or even seconds. And that's very critical, to save individual lives and provide the care in the ED. This new machine, that we would like to purchase will allow us to offer more testing, in the ED for patients that come through. The old machine would be obsolete within, our current machine that we have now will be obsolete within another couple of years. Right now, even the security on it, it's not on our network. It has Windows SP7, so usually the respiratory managers, not managers, but respiratory techs, they have to input that stuff manually into our electronic medical records. This new machine would allow us just to provide, better service, customer service to our patients, as well as the workers that use this machine in the field.
Mr. Walker, are we updating an old machine, or are we getting something brand new?
Yeah, getting something brand new.
Okay.
Getting something brand new, to get rid of the old machine that we had. We had about 6 years now, and so we want to get rid of that machine and purchase a new machine. And one good thing about this machine too, a lot of our surrounding hospitals, have this machine, and some of our workers that work in these areas, they work for us as well. They're used to the machine, and anytime we have supply issues, probably with this particular machine, the new machine, you can always reach out to your neighboring hospitals, and many times they'll lend you some supplies till you get your other supplies back for this particular machine.
Does the old machine still work?
Yeah, we still use it.
Are we still going to utilize it somewhere else maybe, or what are we planning on doing with it?
We're going to trade that in.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're going to get rid of that machine. And then, of course, with the new machine, the new machine, of course, from what I'm told by my respiratory manager, it would be like a higher level of machine for them. And of course, our supplies will probably increase with the newer machine because you'll begin to do more testing with that. So right now, with the old machine, we pay consumable prices. That's your reagents that use that machine, probably $8,300 per year. And then with the new machine that we want to purchase, that price will go up to about $14,000 per year. And so a difference that we'll probably pay an extra $6,000 a year for the new machine, but it will be well worth it. Dr. Conrad, of course, has approved the uses of this new machine as well.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions?
Mr. Walker, you answered my question about the trade-in. Are we getting any money back for the trade-in?
No, but no, we're not gonna get the money back. It'll be like an offset. You know,
Offset.
yeah.
Then,
Yeah.
sorry, go ahead and finish.
Okay, so it's offsetting the costs on?
Yeah, some of the costs with that.
Okay.
That was gonna be my question, Mr. Walker. I'm assuming from what I'm reading here, that's already included in the original quote then,
Yes,
correct?
yes, correct, yeah. Because the machine, you know, I don't know what they're gonna do with it. They may send it to overseas somewhere. You know, usually companies like in third world nations use these machines. The old machine I'm talking about.
Mr. Chairman, I will say that I actually use this machine where I work, and it is a good machine. And the good thing about this machine is, I don't know if anybody's ever had an arterial blood gas, but they don't feel so good. The good thing about this machine is with the 80 that you guys have currently, it would require a lot more blood to be able to analyze and get these results. With this new machine, just a small little tiny bit of blood is required to get the results, and these are life-saving results. I mean, the doctors determine your plan of care based on these lab values in addition to all the other lab values. I did ask Mr. Walker, though, I called him yesterday, and thanks for taking my call, because I did have a concern, because with these machines, there are what they call sensor cassettes and solution packs, and those can be pretty pricey. So I wanted to make sure that Mr. Walker was aware that once we get this machine, we still have the added cost of these sensor cassettes and solution packs that have to be changed out every month or once a certain number of tests has been depleted. So I wanted to make sure he was aware that of that cost in addition to this cost, and that's no different than what you guys are paying now for the current machine to replace the sensor cassettes and solution packs, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Correct.
I just want to make sure that it was a recurring cost, not included with the machine, and that's what we
Some of that
agreed
hidden
upon.
stuff. Some of that hidden stuff
Some of
that
that
comes
hidden
back.
stuff,
Yeah.
correct,
Oh, yeah.
correct.
I got a question for Commissioner Ward. So if this breaks down, can we borrow a part from you? Okay.
Helping everybody out.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve this purchase out of capital outlay.
All right, so we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison,
Second.
second by Commissioner Sanders. We're taking this money out of capital outlay. Any additional discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
All right, thank you all, greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Walker.
Thank you,
Mr. Lewis,
Yes.
you're the next
Finally.
contestant. Come
Been
on
sitting here
down.
all day, bless his heart.
At the agenda before I came, I would have showed up a little later.
Yeah. Well, see, the
You should know
thing
better.
is, here we treat you so many different ways, you're bound to like one of them. That's kind of what we do.
I had a good night, so I'm ready. Good morning, Richard Lewis. I have an action item. I'd like to request a decision on which EMS model we're going to move forward with. We've discussed primarily 3 different models. 2 ambulances with a full-time QRV, 3 ambulances with a part-time QRV, and 3 ambulances with a full-time QRV. Do you have any questions or want to review any of the information on any of these?
The only thing I'll say, Louis, I'm good with what the board wants to do.
Mm-hmm.
I think I know which way the board is leaning on this. I'm good with what the board wants to do. But the only thing I will say is we need to be made aware some way, somehow. Not that we're trying to micromanage anything. Trust me, that's not me. But if we're saying we're going to have XYZ and we're getting to where 50% of the time we're actually having XYZ, we need to know about it. We do not need to hear about that from a resident that's claiming a lack of service because we have said we're going to have 2 and we only got 1. Or we said we're going to have 3 and we only got 1. This board needs to be just made aware of it so we can know how to answer that question if it comes to us. I mean, truly, if there's a problem, there's a problem. We just don't need to be blindsided by the actuality. We're setting the policy and procedure by our vote, but it's actually being carried out a different way. We need to be made aware of that. And I know that's not necessarily you, Mr. James in the room. I just wanted to state that for the public. You know, we need to be made aware of that.
Mr. Chairman, also, the public needs to be aware, based off of the information we've been presented, you know, right now, we're 3 in the chase.
Yes.
But over 50% of the time, we're less than.
Yep.
Just because we vote on something, and say if we do
Yes.
vote 3, 4, 5, 10 in the chase, That doesn't necessarily mean that's what the reality of it's gonna be, because this ain't the magic switch. This isn't gonna grow itself in a week, a month. Probably gonna take a little longer than that to recruit the talent we're gonna need to get
Yes.
to wherever we're gonna decide to be at.
Yes.
So the public needs to be aware of that up front. Because if we vote on something today, and I'm just gonna throw a hypothetical, if we go 3 in a chase, and then we walk out of here 2 weeks from now, God forbid, we're in a busy season, something happens and we didn't have adequate, we didn't have that, what's gonna happen. And that just need to be, the reality of it is it's not gonna fix itself overnight. We've got to go through the process of trying to recruit that talent and get all this squared away.
Bless you.
Bless you.
The only thing I will say, and I wish I remembered this earlier when Erin was here, because we mentioned in the previous meeting, but in that meeting, she also wasn't present.
But thank you.
Another thing, in addition to whatever we decide today, that I want us to get weigh in from Miss Erin, especially with the TDC 10% money for emergency stuff, like the sheriff's department, the fire department. I don't know why the EMS can't qualify for that. So maybe not this year, but starting next year during the summertime, we can have an additional ambulance during the high season, especially in those areas that, that we traditionally don't have them.
Mr. Chairman, can I say something?
Yes.
Louis, tell me about the medical helicopter that's sitting at Tarpine over there across the Oclonty River Bridge that we can access also to add to our emergency medical situation. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
so,
tell us about that. Are we already engaging with them
Yes.
for medical helicopter
Yeah,
service?
so Air Methods got us a COPCN, and I think it was last month they officially opened their base for 24 hours a day, and they're currently in Panacea at Tarpon. There's a possibility in the next year or so they might be moving like 4 miles down the road, more towards right past the high school. That's still a short hop away for a helicopter.
Yeah.
From my understanding, we are using them, and the distance we have here, it's really good to have a helicopter close by.
I don't mean to interrupt you. What's the name of that? AirMed?
Air Methods. Their base name is called Air Life One, and it's Air Methods is the company.
Yeah.
Tell them we got an airport. They
Yeah.
want to come over here and talk business.
I had talked to them years ago, the same company, and they said the weather patterns here, being like so right by the coast, is so erratic. It's a lot harder for them, and that's why they're wanting. They're trying to work out a deal with Wakulla right now to get a little bit further inland, so they can actually fly more.
That is, Mr. Chairman, one bad thing about helicopters and life flight is 9 times out of 10, they won't fly because of the weather. So, but it is nice to have the option just in case
It is.
they
That's
can.
That's where I was coming from on it.
Yeah.
When you get into a life-threatening situation, any option that you can get is a good
You
option.
know that from experience.
I know
don't
that
you?
from experience.
Yeah.
So that's why I wanted to add that to it. I ain't flying nowhere no time soon, but I just want to know that it's out there in case we have to have it, and that it's available to them.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask the board to consider today, along with whatever model we pick, that you kind of direct Louis to come up with a policy about staffing and overtime.
Yes.
That would, number one, limit the overtime and inform the board immediately when it gets to a certain cap or level, that that's the only way they can staff whatever we have on the road. I think you guys need to be aware of that also, when it's getting to a certain point. Whatever the board and Louis works out is fine, but there should be some policy in place.
Yeah. So are you guys on, remind us, and I know we're not you guys in Wakulla, but how is y'all's staffing? Is it 4896?
Yes, sir. 4890 is the
Okay.
same as here.
Right. So, and do you guys do anything for someone filling a shift and give them, kind of like what we've had a habit of doing? We've been giving them pay just for filling the shift, plus paying them for filling the shift. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
Do you guys do all that stuff?
No, we don't.
Okay. Okay. That's what I wanted to make
With
sure
the
of.
policy, what he's referring to is what I would call a minimum staffing policy.
Yes.
We're having this discussion due to the overtime,
Right.
the rampant overtime because of the
Right.
short staff. And the staffing is not just here.
Right.
Gadsden County's having a tough time. There's a lot of places. There's a national shortage. So it's really hard to recruit right now. If we go with the, say, 3-in-1, with a full-time QRV, and we have a minimum staffing, just saying that we won't offer overtime until it hits this threshold,
Yes.
whatever threshold I'm directed, that it would be good to have that. Otherwise, we're gonna get in trouble really quick with overtime hours.
Yeah, well, so, yes, so that's one of the things, hopefully, us moving to making them county employees is gonna help that. But Mr. Morone, one of the things I think we also need to do in conjunction with what we're trying to do with our EMS is maybe set up and have some kind of discussion with Gulf Coast State College and or Career Source, whenever they get to where they can have discussions again, about what it would look like to try to get, especially in Gulf and Franklin County schools, or an availability for EMT, EMS training. And to get some more of our local people involved instead of trying to get people from 4 counties away. And also, we probably need to have a conversation with the school district. You know, is there anything they can do to start a basic paramedic class or something that they can do for high school students? Anything we can do to diversify and help ourselves, I think we're helped out.
Reggie.
Yes, sir.
So today, which models you presenting to the board today?
All the ones we previously discussed. I just brought up the 3 primary ones, which is our current model, the 3 ambulances, a full-time captain on a chase vehicle, and the director. The 3 ambulances, no captain on a chase vehicle. You'd have the director and a assistant director that would help being a part-time chase vehicle. And then the 2 ambulance with a full-time chase vehicle and the director. And there are some variations of those 3 we just also discussed, so.
Well, I think I'm good with the 3-in-1. I know that the numbers seem high. I think when we sit down and actually start building out a budget of, because everybody's not going to make the same amount. Okay, there's just not. When we start sitting down and building out a budget, the numbers will get more realistic. At the end of the day, some of the commissioners have expressed there's no amount of money you can give for life, but we do have an amount of money we can afford. I do realize, even by having a discussion of 3 in a chase, we're looking at putting basically no money into capital outlay. But we need to get this started. So if we have to do that for a year or so, I think we can recover just fine. But I do think that makes the most sense for how wide our county is.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, are we trying to meet a date of October 1 to switch over from?
I think we're talking about January 1st.
Okay, January 1st?
Isn't that correct? Willis,
yes, sir.
Louis, what you told us last time,
Okay.
January 1st.
So we're talking about changing over
Yes.
and going in underneath the county on January 1?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because see, I didn't,
Yeah. Yeah, that's what you presented last time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
okay.
Because there's other things that have to be done.
Yes,
Yeah.
let's say, you know how long it takes, we might have to push it to March 1, but we're trying to get January 1.
Is Aaron on the line?
I didn't see her up there.
I just want to make sure that Aaron, because I think we all talked to her about it. I just want to see if she had any input on this, because this is gonna, and I know Louie's been talking to her. I know I've talked to her. I'm sure all the other commissioners have talked to her. I just want to make sure before we make a decision that Aaron's on the line and can add anything she needs to add.
She's not on the line, she's not on the line, Commissioner, but I think she's pretty much said on past workshops, the cost, she worked out the cost, and know that 3-in-1 will, the chairman said it, basically what Aaron said, 3-in-1 will drastically reduce what we can put into capital. Actually, it'll be nothing, you're right. It depends on how long the billing takes to turn over. They might be pulling money out of capital for right now to get it done. But the point is here, let's get it done, let's get it running and started, and we see where we go from there.
And that's where we gotta do it.
Yep,
Well, it's just like anything else. That's why they give businesses 3 years, because usually when you start trying to start something, you're gonna lose money to begin with.
Yes.
So we're probably gonna spend a little bit more money in the interim, but if we have a goal in sight that we're moving toward, I'm fine with that.
Yeah. Because we don't want to go down, we want to go up.
Yeah.
Same level of service or more.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Well, I think the Commissioner Croom looks like he had something he wanted to say first. Okay, I was going to tell the board that the way the ordinance was written, you do have the flexibility to change those percentages. And in fact, the board, Ms. Cheryl remembers when y'all had to take all the money away from capital and put it towards operations to keep the doors open. Y'all
Yes.
did that. I don't remember. It was at least 6 months. May have been a little bit longer. That happened actually before Commissioner Jones was on the board.
Yes.
But when the board enacted the tax, I think I remember this correctly. Y'all were encouraged to like fix percentages between the two, and the board chose to retain the flexibility so that you could move the percentages based on what
As
your
long
current
as you, as
circumstances.
long as you're using it for the things that the people voted on. Yes.
Bingo. Okay,
You
that's
answered the
all.
question. That's what I was trying to think right there about changing percentages.
Yes.
Yes, I mean, it started out, Ms. Cheryl, you pull me back if I'm wrong, it was 50-50 to start with. 50 operational, 52 capital outlay, and
Yep.
then because of the needs in Carabel, when the health department stopped providing primary care, the board allocated 120,000.
120,000.
So it kind of went closer to a 60-40 split, 60 for operations and 40 for capital. And then during the financial crisis, that was 14, 15, 13, I think it was 14 or 15, y'all, the board allocated 100% of all of your revenues at that time for operations. So you do have that flexibility, and if anyone tries to complain to the board that, well, you're not doing something in conformance with the ordinance, and my advice to you that you do have that flexibility to do that.
Okay. Good. So what's the pleasure of the board? What y'all want to talk about? What y'all want to do?
I make a motion that we just go with the 3-in-1.
3-in-1.
All right, so we have a motion by Commissioner Amison,
Second.
second by Commissioner Croom. The motion has been to retain the 3 ambulances with 1 chase vehicle.
And Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, so the public is aware, that's the same as what we're doing right now?
Yes,
All right.
yes. Yes. All right, any other discussion before we vote?
I just want to thank Louis for all that he's done to help us
Yes.
get to this point,
Oh,
Mr.
yeah.
Chairman.
Yeah, we still got a little ways to go, but yes.
Yeah, we do.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We appreciate it. This was the biggest hurdle, though, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The rest of it's just getting the permits and getting the documentation and getting it all
Certification,
lined up.
licenses,
Yeah,
et cetera.
getting it all lined up. And one other thing too, Louis, I don't know that it matters because it's still close to the water, but our new EOC is also going to have a helipad when we build it up 65. It's also going to have a helipad,
Eventually, we'll.
just to make sure people are aware of that. Because the one we have now is makeshift at best.
Not good.
It just
It's
is.
grandfathered in. Let's leave it at that.
That's all I said. That's it,
I
makeshift.
think that's something that we're gonna have to do all the way across the
Yes,
county.
I think so, too.
None of them's really acceptable.
Yeah. All right, any additional discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay.
Thank you for your time, Louis.
Is there anything else?
Nope.
Thank
That
you.
was it. Thank you, sir. All right, Commissioner comments?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to give the board an update how our conference went down south. So I want to congratulate you for being elected or designated the vice chair of the Small County Coalition Board, and then Commissioner Crew for his election to the FAC Board of Directors. And I had a class I took down there with FDOT, ironically enough, and I got this little guide, and it's got a QR code. I went ahead and downloaded it. I didn't know if y'all were interested in doing it. But I did ask after this class was over, and it probably wasn't the premise of the class, but I did ask about all of our issues with FDOT. Basically said, how can we, improve our relationship with the Florida Department of Transportation District 3 office? I didn't say district, I just said FDOT. Making the relationship better to where we can call and contact them and ask for certain things. I gave the scenario, the unfortunate incident that we lost some lives on the bridge. How we can make safety concerns and recommendations for them to take into consideration without getting told that they have to go buy a green book or whatever.
Yeah.
So she did say that I think it's maybe who we talk to. Obviously, I've learned that if you don't talk to the right person, you're kind of beating on death's door. So my goal is I've downloaded this pocket guide. I'm going to try to get with the secretary of District 3 office to try to just kind of, lay out some groundwork and try to get the relationship built a little bit better. and know who to contact, when to contact, and try to, how to ask. Because this lady here, she said, well, you know, there's ways, more than one way to skin a cat. So we can request things and they get told no, but yet there's maybe ways around it to get double lines in areas of my district that I want, or red lights at you know, certain areas. So that's my goal and my plan. And I just wanted to say that I feel like Franklin County is definitely was well represented down there. We missed Miss Cheryl because of based on her health, everybody was asking about her. But I just want the public to know that we are working hard for Franklin County, and we'll continue to do so.
Is Philip Gaynor still the?
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so.
Might be somebody there.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's Philip Henry or not, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I don't think it does him anymore.
Any other commissioner comments?
I got comment.
All right.
I appreciate y'all going down to Orlando, and I'm so proud that y'all got these positions on these boards, because that really gives the emphasis to the smaller counties. And this is what I was talking about earlier in the meeting about the commissioners being engaged, the attorney being engaged, everybody's engaged. That's the reason why we work so good together, is because we work amongst the other counties, and we all are sisters to each other. So, I mean, I'm real appreciative of it, because this helps. You may not realize how much it helps, but this helps Franklin County and some of the issues we have to be able to work those issues out. So,
and Mr. Chairman, just so everybody knows, there was nobody down there that might, you know, with Municode, like for policy. Commissioner Crum and I were on a mission. We were going to try to find anybody that does policy besides Municode, and unfortunately there wasn't anybody down there that we found. So I just want to, I don't know if they're the only one or what. But.
Well,
oh well.
And let me say this, Courtney and I are working on that situation. And I said something at the last meeting I probably didn't say the way I should have. So what we need to do is, I believe, is to put on our website kind of a disclaimer that, you know, Municode might not have all the county's ordinances, or some of the changes may not be up to date, so that they're aware that they are aware if they click there. Because Lynn Wilder said something at the podium that, you know, well, I was going based on what's in Municode. Here's the problem. We do not control Municode. That's not how it works. They determine which ordinances they codify, which ordinances they update on their schedule. And so that's why Courtney went through the trouble. We created the other one where you can actually see the raw ordinance by a simple search, you know, and that seems to be working. We're getting a lot of good feedback on that one.
Good.
So I'm not going to remove Municode. I'm probably going to put a kind of a disclaimer on it, and then we're working on some verbiage for that. So I just want to say that.
Good. And one more thing, Mr. Chairman. I know we had talked a couple of meetings back about Bear Creek being gated off. And I know I talked to one of the representatives from FDAX. I also did some research. And yes, the state can cordon off land to residents if they so choose. But there is a way that entities can lease. So I'm doing research on that. So I'm just want to let the board know about that.
Okay, good. That's good.
Mr. Chairman,
yes, sir.
I do have, I don't even know if this is a comment / missed opportunity, but it's about the hospital board meetings moving here.
Yes.
I know we've had that discussion. I asked Mr. Walker to come back, or actually asked him through Mr. Marone. I wish I would have thought about it sooner. I'm getting some, you know, obviously, or actually, I've had more people say that they listen to the hospital board meetings before they listen to this one. And I think that's wonderful, because that's why we wanted to have it that way. Only problem is we have an audio issue. I think Mr. Rosted's mentioned that you know, it's just not set up for it.
No.
And that's why I was wondering if we were going to get them here on this panel where we have the you know, the technology and everything in place for that. And I believe, Mr. Walker, you're the only one that knows how to talk in a microphone, because I've actually listened to those meetings and I can't hear the other ones. But then, you know, if you get the volume, I think it's Royce that's controlling that, and then you get on the microphone and it'll blow you back. But that's kind of what I'm getting at. And I've had people say that they have to listen to it on their phone because they can manipulate the volume a little better. But anyway, I guess we're going back to some business. I don't know. I didn't
No, that's
really
fine.
comment.
What I'm lost in this whole deal is, what's the big deal to have them move here?
Well,
I
I'm
mean,
just
why is
trying to
it a-
find out where we're at
Why,
with
why
that.
is it a problem?
Well, I don't know that
It's a volunteer board under us.
Yeah, I don't think it's a problem. I think initially, some of the board members, like to meet with the staff, like some of the working managers when they come to the meeting, at that time. But I know the hospital board chairman, they don't have a problem with moving the meeting here.
Okay, so let's do that
So
then we're done?
if the commission wants us to move here, we'll make an announcement for the next meeting, here. We do have some audio challenges in that particular room. We're looking at a grant to try to upgrade that particular room for audio and training purposes for staff to make it better. But you're
In
right
all
about
fairness,
that.
Mr. Walker, it's unfair to even ask y'all to try to update the cafeteria to house meetings. So it's probably better just to move it here and be done with it, because this room's already set up.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And there's, I think we're throwing bad money after good to spend $30,000 or $35,000 just so everybody can be heard when we already have the technology here. I don't see what the big deal is.
Mr. Chairman, that's not going to conflict with any courts or
Oh, yeah,
any
we may have to
other.
look at-
That's what we'll have to
we have to
work
look at the
out
meeting
with
dates, so yeah.
Ms. Teresa and so
Okay.
forth.
Okay, so we may have to look at the meeting dates and may have to change the meeting dates of the hospital board meeting
fine.
to make sure we come in line with the court here. So Michael and I will work on that.
Sounds good. Yeah, I would love to be able to listen to some of them and actually hear.
Yeah, it's-
Yeah.
'Cause, yeah, you can't hear a lot of it.
That's all it was. And again, I meant to bring that up, and I was just itching to get the EMS.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all were.
But anyway.
Yeah, I was too. I was
Yeah.
listening,
Thank
waiting to
you,
hear
Mr.
too.
Walker.
But thank you, Mr. Walker.
Okay,
Coming
thank you. I
back.
appreciate it.
Any other commissioner comments?
Oh, real quick, and I swear I'll make it fast. But I was having multiple discussions when we were down there.
Yes.
This whole, well, to begin with, me and you sat in on a workshop with the property tax
Yes.
thing. I want to tell you, I've sat here and rolled that around. That's going to go on the ballot next year. And, I guarantee you that's going to get overwhelming support, because people don't realize that, especially here in Franklin County, a lot of us that are homesteaded, that's been here for a while, don't pay a huge amount of homestead property taxes. We have to do the exemption. But they're gonna have to offset that somewhere. And they've had multiple discussions about that's gonna go on sales tax in,
Yeah.
other things like that. I encourage people over the next, period, year to really look into that and just look at, how much consumption you make versus how that's gonna impact that wallet at the end of the
Yes.
year. Because that's
Well-
gonna put us into it's gonna put us into a financial strain, so to speak.
It
I
is.
believe our, we're getting into budget session right here. I think our department heads and constitutionals for that matter need to understand, going ahead and heading into next year, what may be the norm, because at the end of the day, that's what funds all this.
Yes.
That's what funds services, that's what funds, every office, every salary, every job that falls under the county and the constitutionals comes off that ad valorem.
It comes off services.
So that's just something I wanted to throw out there. Another thing that's kind of got me uneasy as far as, things that are going on levels that we can't control is that TDT.
Yeah.
I guarantee you that monster is going to rear that head back up. Just from some of the conversations I was having, with some folks down there in other areas. I don't think that in the bigger areas that it would affect them the way it would affect us. Because if we got to all, make up that TDC spending the way they're talking about it out of our ad valorem, there's another impact on it. So we could get hit with a double whammy right here. That we'll feel the impacts on what in 2 years would be the real time of it. But just something I think we as commissioners, when we're having discussions with our department heads, constitutionals, everybody, we need to just be aware of that moving forward, which I know y'all are. I just wanted to say it publicly. That way, I can get my phone calls and emails loaded up with hate mail.
The other thing I'm worried about is, so if they move forward with anything, that they're gonna replace county revenues, especially because the governor has mentioned the fiscally constrained counties.
Mhm.
He's mentioned those 31. So if they're gonna replace that with money from the state, so here's my issue for Franklin County. Then that means this county and this commission initially is gonna be penalized for doing good. Hear me out for what I'm saying. So since I've been on the board, we've went down over a meal. So they're not gonna give us, they're not gonna give, I don't think they are, if they do, it'd be great. They're not gonna give us the 8 meals like Wakulla's collecting. They're gonna give us back to the 5.2.
Where we're at.
So we're actually gonna get less money because we've been doing good.
Yes.
And that's an issue.
You'll be punished for doing good.
Yeah, that's an issue. So, you know, I don't,
And you know.
but it's beyond us anyway, so.
And once
It's
that
not our
passes though,
decision.
on a ballot, you know, that's there.
Yeah.
Now, you know, as far as, you know how this works, you know, that funding may, you know, they may give us, by us being fiscally constrained, that funding may be there 2 or 3 years, and then some change of faces, that goes away.
Yes.
But what was on that ballot and what the people voted on is still there.
Well,
So,
Well, it's just like this, when we had the boom and it busted after Hurricane Dennis, if y'all remember. We knew eventually that money would start coming back in. But when you take Avalon out of there and it makes up like 40% of your budget,
yeah.
you ain't, there's no way you can get that back. There's no way. And I also heard that the governor gave $5 million to Franklin County for Apalachicola, the Apalachicola
they
water
give
project.
Apalachicola.
And I didn't see no money going to the restoration of the bay.
That's 2 different things.
So it's
Yeah, they
two
just,
different
that's
things.
but he declared it a critical state of concern.
Yep.
They're just like they did with the Keys.
Yep.
And I know Apalachicola's been chasing that for a very long
Yes,
time.
they
But that's
have.
just to deal with runoff and
Yeah.
water quality. We're not talking about that.
Yes.
The alligator
Oxymoron.
Alcatraz.
Well, and the other thing too, that's actually facing us as a board. So
Never.
I noticed, and it's a good thing, but I noticed the state's rainy day fund is pretty good amount of money, but our rainy day fund's $1 million. Our money right now for emergency response, for anything,
On hurricane.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So our emergency fund should actually probably be somewhere between 5 or 6 million.
Mm-hmm.
But I can tell you right now, if you start talking to our residents about us holding on to 5 or 6 million that's not being used, they'll be like, oh, you're taxing us to death. But one hurricane will wipe that 1 million out. And right now, we don't know if there is gonna be a FEMA, and if there is a FEMA, what that response is gonna look
What
like.
that response gonna be.
We do not have a clue.
That's what's scary.
And compared to Miami-Dade,
Yes.
who had emergency reserves of 175
There you
million.
go.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, I mean, you know,
Anyway,
they
it's
can
just
last a little bit
some of
longer
the things
than
that come
what-
up while we were there.
Yeah, we might want to look at
The school districts commissioner, because I believe all school districts have to, there's a percentage that the
Yes.
state says they have to hold in reserve, or they get in trouble for it from the auditor. Maybe we might need to look at that,
We
or
need to start
talk to
working
our
that-
auditor and see what
We
they
need to
think.
start working that way anyway.
Yeah.
We
I
definitely
agree.
can't do it all in 1 year, but we need to start working on it.
Yeah.
Turn, sure you have something?
I did, but I forgot my good idea.
Sorry. We talked so long, we talked
that's
you out
right.
of it.
That was my idea.
Oh, is that it?
No, it wasn't, but we're done. The moment's come and gone.
Okay. Anything else? Meeting adjourned?